Thank you. So good morning, everyone, and welcome to the April meeting of the BCP Planning Committee. First of all, I'll ask our Democratic Services Officer, Jill Holyoake, if there are any apologies, but counting around the room. Sound on. Apologies for that. I remembered I've now got the sound off on my computer. I was saying, asking for apologies, but counting around the room, it seems to me everybody's here anyway, which means we have no apologies and we have no substitute members. Has anyone got an interest in any of the items they need to declare? If you don't declare it now, all is not lost. When we get to that particular item, you can declare it at that point. Councillor Martin.
Non-pecuniary interest in the first case, Hawkwood Road, so I'll be leaving.
Okay, you won't be participating in the discussion or the vote. Thank you for that.
Chair,
so,
if I could just do the housekeeping.
Certainly.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you. So just to say, please note this meeting is being recorded by the Council for live broadcast and will be published on the Council website for a minimum of 6 months. The meeting may also be recorded or streamed for live or subsequent broadcast by members of the public, although ultimate discretion in this matter lies with the Chair. For those in the room, please note if the fire alarm sounds, please exit the building by way of the nearest available signed fire exit route and make your way to the assembly point at the War Memorial in the gardens opposite the front of this building in Bourne Avenue. Finally, please ensure background noise is kept to a minimum and mobile phones and other devices are turned off or switched to silent for the duration of the meeting. For those in the room, this includes turning off microphones and turning the volume down completely on your laptops. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'll ask all members of the committee to introduce ourselves so that you know who we are when we speak. First of all, I'll start. I'm Marion Lepedvin. I'm Councillor for Newtown and Heathlands and I'm Chair of Planning Committee.
Morning, I'm Paul Hilliard, Councillor for Muddyford, Stampit and West Highcliffe and Vice Chair of the committee.
Sharon.
Hello, Sharon Carr-Brown, Ward Councillor for Queen's Park and Queen's Park.
Gillian Martin, Ward Councillor for Boscombe West.
Felicity Rice, Ward Councillor for Oakdale.
Peter Sidaway, Councillor for Broadstone. Cameron Adams, Councillor for Kinton.
John Challoner, Ward Councillor for Camford Cliffs.
Joe Clements, Ward Councillor for Pen Hill.
Brian Hitchcock, Ward Councillor for Hamworthy.
Matt Gillett, Topplewoods.
Kate Salmon, Councillor for Moordown.
David Flagg, Councillor for Burton Grange Ward.
Michael Tarling, Councillor for Christchurch Town.
Thank you. And in addition to committee members, we have various officers with us, starting on my far right.
Morning, Chair. David Hodges, Development Management Manager.
Morning, Chair. Robert Firth, Senior Solicitor.
Morning, everyone. Simon Gould, also Development Management Manager.
And you've already heard from Jill Holyoake, Democratic Services, and there will be various other officers who may or may not be called in and it will appear on screen remotely. So we have the minutes to approve from the March meeting. Is everybody happy that these are an accurate record?
Great.
Thank you. So now we move on. Public issues. There are various people lined up to speak. When you come forward, sit at the table opposite me there, please. Remember to turn your mic on and turn it off at the end. And you have your allotted time. I'm sure you know who you are and when you should be speaking. So we move on to the first item on the agenda, which is Hawkwood Road Main Car Park at the rear of 629 to 633 Christchurch Road and 625 Christchurch Road in Boscombe. And the presenting officer is Mark Wadsworth, who is already on screen, I notice. Who will outline the application for us.
Good morning, Chair, and good morning, everybody. You can see my screen?
We can,
yes,
and we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. I will start. Okay, first of all, the application site. It's in 2 parcels either side of Hawkwood Road, site A and B. This is a bird's eye view of the site. Just point out quickly a few of the landmarks. So you've got the High Street towards the down here. You've got the W.H. Smith's store. You have the car parks here. So I'm just going to quickly trace the extent of the car park here. It runs all the way along Hawkwood Road, Heathcote Road down here. On the corner, you've got the Boscombe Library with housing flats above. And at the rear, at the rear of the site, along the southern boundary of the site, you've got properties fronting onto Westby Road. So they're three-storey villas, often subdivided into flats, bedsits, HMOs, etc. So that's the main car park site, and then you have the other small car park site at around here. Here's another view which shows the relationship of the car park to properties on Westby Road and the rear of the properties which front onto the high street. So on this slide, I think this slide shows the how well landscaped the site is along its boundaries, particularly along the boundary of the site to Westby Road and Heathcote Road. There's been a lot of work carried out, planning work carried out over recent years in Boscombe, led by the regeneration program, this is from there was a master plan produced for Boscombe Town Centre, and this is the subsequent master plan for phase 1, which is effectively the application site. So this shows an earlier design iteration. So there's been a lot of work with the applicant has worked with planning for a number of years. We've had various design iterations, but the essential elements of the project, the community centre, the public open space, housing, the doctor's surgery, these were all identified in that master plan. So key elements of the scheme. So I'll just quickly run through that. So you've got you have new housing, and that's in these 3 blocks on the main car park site. So Block A, Block B, Block C. You have a proposed GP centre. That's at the ground floor level at Block A. The new community centre, and that's in the small car park at the rear of the coffee shop, near the proposed link. You have, this is the site of the existing site of the W.H. Smith's store, which will be demolished, and a new pedestrian cycle link created, linking the high street to the application site. So you've got kiosks alongside that new link to provide activity and animate that new route, and retained at the end here. The proposal is to retain car parking at the end of the site. This is a long elevation from Hawkwood Road, and these are floor plan of the housing. So I shall just quickly run through the housing, the basics on the housing. So 68 new flats. significant proportion of family housing units. So it's a very good mix in that respect. Minimum of 40% affordable housing will be delivered. So the view is that this will help to create a more balanced and mixed community. So there's a mixture of tenures, good proportion of a good mix of housing. They're all designed to passive house standards, and they all exceed the nationally described space standards. And what's particularly pleasing is the careful design of the housing units means that the majority of units are double aspect, and they're provided with either balconies, personal private amenity space balconies, or small garden spaces for the ground floor units. This is Block A. I won't spend any time describing it, but just taking this as an example. So you've got the double aspect, so south facing and west facing, which allows for sort of natural ventilation and good levels of daylighting. And elevations from Hawkwood Road. So along Hawkwood Road, we're pleased with the design, the proposed design. So you've got a lot of activity along this frontage. So you've got the doctor's surgery and the main access into that along the middle of this facade, and you've got the entrances to the two separate housing blocks here. And I would draw members' attention to the form and height of development. So closer to the southern boundary, which is where you have the existing properties fronting onto Westby Road, development steps down to 3 stories to avoid impacting unduly on those properties. Sorry, just on that Block A, the intention that's affordable rental. Block B in the centre, that's market housing, similar height and scale as Block A. Just draw members' attention to this flat roof here, which is on top of the second floor, where they're siting photovoltaic panels to take advantage of that southern orientation. Okay, that's the roof, and this is the block C, which has a frontage onto Heathcote Road again, but it also looks out onto Heathcote Road. So this steps up to five stories in height. It will be a similar height and scale as the development of the Boscombe Library development, which is again 5 stories in height. Towards the southern boundary, members will note there's external bike stores. These are the floor plans. Doctor's surgery, not really too much to say about that. So you've got you have the waiting room with separate access from the 2 housing blocks. There's 20 different treatment rooms and facilities to support the GP surgery. Okay, the proposed, so bear with me for a second. Yeah, so sorry, just on the just going back slightly, on the GP surgery, that's approximately 700 square meters, and it's got separate parking for staff of the surgery. So there's a proposed new park in the centre of the main car park site. It will cover an area of approximately 1,500 square meters. The intention is to have the park open to the public all day, but it will be locked up in the evening. There's generally speaking, within Boscombe Town Centre, there's a lack of open space. The closest, probably Shelley Park to the south. So we're looking to through the legal agreement to restrict the use of the park as a public park in perpetuity. Just draw your attention to this photograph of the nearby Springbourne Gardens, and which has a similar, which will have a similar management regime to this new park. And we've worked with the police and council's design officer to and it's the design of the railings, and when you access the site from Hawkwood Road, we'll end up with a very similar arrangement. Okay. Community centre. So the application initially was for a single-storey community centre. So, but subsequently we've had revised proposals for a two-storey community centre. So there's the main facades of the new community centres will look over the proposed cycle and pedestrian link, and also has an aspect onto Hawkwood Road to the south. So that's the upper floor, and these are elevations of the building. So we've looked at assessed the design, and very supportive of the design approach, and think that this will be a welcome development. Okay, so that's a visualization of the new community centre. So that's looking eastwards along Hawkwood Road. So as you can see in this visualization, you have people spilling out from the cafe into the pavement area. So that's to be welcomed. The new pedestrian cycle link. So at the moment, moving between Christchurch, the High Street, and Hawkwood Road is possible. You've got one or two very, very narrow and uninviting pedestrian routes through, but this will really sort of open up and encourage people along the High Street to access the new park and surgery. So so you have the kiosks alongside the new route, seating areas and landscaping to make that an attractive and welcoming environment. And that's the building, the W.H. Smith store, sort of 1960s retail building, will be demolished to make way for that. These are images of the retail kiosks. I think this animation gives you a sort of much clearer, sorry, not animation, visualization gives you a much better idea of the likely impact of this. So these are images of the retail kiosks, the seating areas, the benches and trees. And in the background, you can see some other view of the proposed community centre. The loss of car parking on the site has been remarked on by in representations received. The sort of key facts to bear in mind is across the site, 379 spaces will be lost, 49 will be retained. But there have been parking studies carried out over the years and taken into account for Boscombe, and it takes into account the sovereign centre. So the parking studies have demonstrated that there's spare capacity, the sovereign centre, and with regards to this site, there's going to be 49 spaces retained. So the conclusion is that the surveyed peak parking demand within Boscombe Town Centre is okay even at the busiest times. And a further point to bear in mind is that the nearby Kings Park is severely underutilised, so there's opportunities to accommodate overflow parking in that location. These are some bird's eye visualization of the development. So that's the retained parking, block A, see the new community centre, and further visualizations, bird's eye. Think this is probably the most helpful. So that shows it in relationship to the high street. Right, last slide. The scheme will deliver the retained car parking is sufficient to meet peak parking demand within Boscombe Town. The scheme will deliver well-designed new homes, good mix with a significant number of family homes. It will deliver affordable, significant number of affordable homes. The new homes are built to Passive House Design Standard, and the development as a whole is supported by renewable energy from photovoltaics and ground source heat pumps. Significant, the development will deliver a new community centre, GP surgery, and public park. So, in conclusion, the proposals satisfy the aims of the neighbourhood plan, core strategy, and the emerging BCP local plan, and the development will act as a significant catalyst for the wider regeneration of Boscombe Town Centre. So, in conclusion, we're happy to recommend approval, subject to legal agreement and conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wadsworth. Now we move on to the public participation. First of all, we have Ian Redman, who objects, and this is a written statement that will be read by Ms. Holyoke.
Thank you, Chair. The Hawkwood Road main car park development does not mention the loss of parking for large vans. Any market trader will no longer be able to park their van close to the market. Boscombe used to have a thriving market. If the council wants to encourage market trading and similar events for Boscombe, building on the car park will destroy any hope of this happening. It is not practical for a trader to walk 20 or 30 minutes to the lorry bus car park at Kings Park, which may already be full. Motorhomes and transit-sized vans would also have nowhere to park.
Thank you. And now we have to speak for the applicant, Martha Cavell, or Covell.
Thank you. My name is Martha Cavell. I'm the Programme Manager for Bournemouth Towns Fund. The Bournemouth Towns Fund Master Plan Phase 1 is a significant step forward to the renewal of our town centre in Boscombe. It has been subject to considerable engagement and consultation. Since 2020, we undertook a 6-week consultation on the town investment plan, which related to 10 proposed projects. This included 10 separate engagement events, 447 respondents to our online survey, and this included the Phase 1 and 2 Boscombe Master Plan, which also included the redevelopment of the Sovereign Centre site by being brought forward by the private sector. In 2022, we focused in on the Phase 1 Master Plan, which is very similar to the plan that you see today. Again, we undertook 6 separate engagement events, had an exhibition over 4 weeks, and had over 500 respondents to our online survey. In that period, we've undertaken ongoing stakeholder engagement. The Bournemouth Towns Fund is a partnership approach with the community. We have a strategic Towns Fund board, which includes 4 representatives of the community on it, as well as local businesses. We have a master plan project board, which is made up of technical officers as well as the community. We have a community centre project board and other subject project boards. But wider stakeholder engagement has also been key. We have the Boscombe Forum, the Boscombe Folkestone Neighbourhood Plan, the Boscombe Village Hall Group, a local medical practice, and NHS and Integrated Care Board. We have a traders group, and the police neighbourhood inspector have all worked very closely on the designs that you've seen today. The Bournemouth Town Investment Plan, as you may know, is a considerable investment in Boscombe. We received funding for this in 2021 of £23 million, and that is match funds to overall investment in the area of around 50 million. It's been born out of the neighbourhood plan and the policies and the projects within that, but also is a realistic approach to the regeneration, balancing up viability and placemaking. What I'd like to say as well is that the master plan, which I haven't got an image of here, but was actually become very familiar to people within Boscombe. And Phase 2 is the area to the north of the High Street. Phase 1 is really critical to kick-starting the whole renewal of the town centre. And we're really hopeful that that can come forward. Our vision for Boscombe is very ambitious. We want it to be connected, diverse, healthy and safe, building on the area's arts and creative sector, as well as our built seaside heritage. There'll be more jobs for a wider variety of sectors, and the community will have greater access to good quality jobs, training, leisure activities and homes. We have a very ambitious timescale, the implementation plan. We are well underway to delivering a number of our projects, but this is the showcase and will deliver considerable benefits. We are on a very tight timescale. We need to spend our Towns Fund money within the next 2 years, and the rest of it will be delivered on this master plan site in the year or 2 after that. We're working with the housing delivery team and had a very strong approach to the technical issues on the site, working closely with obviously our architects from SNUG and also the council's estates department as well. Thank you.
Thank you. And that's the end of your presentation.
Yes.
You may resume your seats then.
Okay.
Now we move on to presentations from 2 ward councillors, starting with Councillor Patrick Canavan.
Councillor Canavan, you're on the call. Can we just check, are you wanting to speak on this one?
I don't know whether you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
No, I'm a member of the Towns Fund Strategic Board, so I'm not speaking because I would be predetermined with this application.
Thank you. Thank you, councillor Canavan. So we go straight on to councillor Farquhar.
Oh, I do apologise. Automatic response. Am I coming clearly now? Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity and invitation to address the planning committee. I'll keep it fairly brief. Other than say that I am a ward councillor for Boscombe East and Folkestone, which adjoins quite near to the Hawkwood Road car park, and I've been involved both as a councillor and as a member of the public in this overall plan, feeding back into the neighbourhood plan and into the Towns Fund. There's a few points which I want to raise, which I would hope that the members of the planning committee will actually consider and give due weight to. The presentation, I very much appreciate that. It gives a good overview. My concern primarily is in 3 component parts. We may all have read in the paper recently about the costs awarded against the planning refusal for a surface road car park in Southbourne. That was £23,000. The reason given by the planning committee there was down to, or included, the loss of surface road car parking not being acceptable to the local neighbourhood community. The reason I raise this is because my question is that to the planning committee members, are they happy and satisfied that sufficient parking surveys have been done over the course of this project, both before the award of the Towns Fund, but also during, to ensure that peak demand is actually met within the vicinity of the shopping facilities and entertainment facilities within Boscombe Precinct, which is directed in what it serves. The reason I raise this because in the presentation you'll have heard that peak demand is satisfied if it includes the Sovereign Centre. The Sovereign Centre is a different car parking offering rather than a surface road car park. It's a multi-storey. It's been there in some no small amount of time. It doesn't belong to the council. It's not administrated by the council. It is part of a private business. What it charges is within that scope. The other aspects of the multi-storey is that speaking to many residents and shoppers and users, many people don't like to use multi-storeys. They don't feel safe within multi-storeys. They prefer a surface road car park. This is just simple feedback for your awareness. The other issue that the Sovereign car park suffers from is that for many years now, and certainly all the time that I've lived in Boscombe, and I've lived in Boscombe since 2011, the upper stories aren't in use. My understanding is that they're actually not serviceable to be in use. But that's a consideration there. The other part which was required to meet the from the officer's presentation was that Kings Park is underutilised, I think, or extremely underutilised was the words that was used. Kings Park does offer surface road car park, but it is, I just did a quick check for walking, it's 0.8 miles away. So that's 0.8 of a mile away. That's a 20-minute walk for shoppers and people that actually wish to use the utilities. It's also on the other side of a railway, and its routes aren't signposted to Boscombe or to the shopping and entertainment facilities. You need to know where you're going. So that's another thing which I'd like the members of the committee to consider, that if it is viewed by the presentation that peak demand is satisfied, it is only satisfied by the fact that it includes the multi-storey car park at the Sovereign Centre and surface road car parks that are 0.8 or a 20-minute walk away for any shoppers. The next part, which I always bang the drum on this one, is that it falls within the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan. The reason I raise that is because there was due consideration in the presentation and obviously in the survey. The Boscombe neighbourhood plan, I know there's many councillors here that will be living in wards that are either in a neighbourhood plan or their neighbourhoods are actually considering putting a neighbourhood plan in place. The Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan came into effect by referendum. And that was a referendum that was put out to all the members of Boscombe and Folkestone. So that's the Boscombe West ward in which this application resides, and also my neighbouring ward of Boscombe East and Folkestone. Of that referendum, there was a number of surveys for what people actually want, and it was heavily consulted on. And 93% the people that replied to that to say that that Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan was what they want. And 93% said yes to the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan. The reason I raise this is because a big part of the Boscombe neighbourhood plan is the percentage mix of bedrooms in housing. The percentage mix of bedrooms which was required in the neighbourhood plan was 50% of 3 bedrooms. 50% of 3 bedrooms, 2% 4 bedrooms, and only 10% 1 bedroom. I would draw the attention to, just bear with me just one moment, to the actual presentation itself, whereby it says that the mix for the housing is 3 bedrooms 44%, 2 bedrooms 24%, and 1 bedroom 32%. I'm not satisfied that the Boscombe and Folkestone neighbourhood plan is being given the due consideration, and I would ask the members to question the appendum which was issued yesterday, the addendum, where it actually says the second sentence of paragraph 58, the report should, bear with me.
Councillor Farquhar, can I point out that you've already had an extra minute to your allocated time?
I do apologise.
So please draw your remarks to a conclusion imminently, ASAP.
A slight error. It says that the principle of the proposed development in this location is therefore considered acceptable and satisfies most of the policy aims of the neighbourhood plan. I would call upon the members of this committee to actually challenge what most mean, particularly in relation to the loss of parking and the housing mix. Thank you very much, Chair. Really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Farquhar. So now it's over to committee members, first of all, to ask questions about what you've heard so far in the committee, what you saw on your site visits, if that hasn't been met by what you've heard so far or read or seen. So this is asking for information, factual information. At this stage, please don't pass any, make known any opinions, any thoughts, any inclination towards how you might vote. This is information seeking only at this stage. So, Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've got a few questions. I'll start with one, and that's the regard. And I did put this in writing to the officers, and it's relating to the doctor's surgery and a statement of need that it's actually required, and you know, where did the requirement come from, and do we have that evidence of that?
Can you help us, Mr. Wadsworth, or anyone else?
My understanding is that that this need for improved GP service came out of the master planning process. So Martha has just explained the extensive public engagement in that master planning process where the public and stakeholders have been widely consulted. So that's where it has been identified.
Thank you. Any more questions, Councillor Tarling? You indicated that you might have. I'll come on to.
I do, but I don't want to monopolise all the questions, so I'll let other people take their turns. So if we get to it,
I'll move on to Councillor Carr-Brown. Maybe your issues will have been covered by then.
Could I just add to that? I did actually get a written response, which I believe you were copied into, and I just wanted to make sure. Mr. Wadsworth there could probably go a bit further with the written response that we've had, and that is that conversations have been held with a I believe, don't know if they're an NHS trust,
Yeah.
but
I mean, it's still under confidential negotiations at the moment.
Who it is and when would be, but the fact that there has been discussions, I think, is important for this committee to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carl-Brown.
I think that's sort of where I was going, actually. 20 GPs sounds like a wonderful, I'm assuming it's one GP per consulting room.
I wouldn't be sure about that. I'm not up on these things, but I
don't know why a GP would need more than one consulting room.
But is it not practice nurses and things like that?
Okay, all right. What my question anyway was, have we had any kind of assurance from the NHS that they can actually fill these GP slots, as we have a difficulty in recruiting?
Mr.
Wadsworth,
I'll try to
expand a bit.
Answer that. I've actually had a chat with our estates this morning, but everything is in train. There have been, as I understand it, there have been discussions, and the NHS Trust has stated that it's in principle it supports the project, but it's very early stages. I mean, this is very much an estates matter, but yeah, it's very early stages, and there is this confidentiality issue. But in terms of whether or not there's enough staff, I'm not doctors and nurses. I can't provide any assurances on that.
Thank you. Any further questions for the committee? Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. So yeah, I have a few as well, but I won't ask loads and loads all at once. I'll let Councillor Tarling come back in. I noticed on page 43. Sorry, I'm just going to go back to it now. So I'm saying the right thing. And there's a reference to subject to a small number of very minor design modifications which can be reported to members of the planning committee meeting. The officers are happy to support the proposals. So I don't think we've heard anything about those, and I just wondered if the case officer could expand a little bit on that.
Mr. Wadsworth.
Yeah, certainly. It's very minor details which we're working with the applicant to resolve. We've captured some of those changes in the conditions. But I mean, I could go through them, but they really are very minor. There's a new door in the plant room in Block A to provide a more secure environment, and very minor tweaks to the design of the community centre. But if you would like, I can go through them in a bit more detail, but I don't. There's nothing of substantial there. Another one that I can recall is the design of the crossing from the north of Hawkwood Road into the site itself, but that's outside of the application site. So we will finalise those designs for the crossing through the legal agreement. I hope that's okay.
Yeah. Yes. Thank you. I mean, if it really is at the level of sort of the design of a door, then fair enough. I don't need all the details. Thank you.
Right.
Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. It was just on the consultation from the police liaison officer, and mainly relating to the park pavilion. So they obviously welcome the fact that the gates will be locked, but they mentioned that 1.1 metre railing is not sufficient, and also the need for CCTV. And this isn't just Boscombe, this is in all parks for need. So is that bringing forward, please? Thank you.
We have through the various pre-applications on that we've worked with the architects and the design team. We've involved the police liaison officer, and I understand that the master plan for the site, the phase 1 master plan, the police were heavily involved in the formulation of the plan, and so we've sought to work alongside the police. We had a fairly recent meeting to discuss, for example, the design of the railings to the new park, particularly and also along the new link. I'm very familiar with Boscombe, so I understand the need, the importance of security in this environment, and yeah, so we're content that that the design is there. One of the issues which came out of the recent discussions we had with the police was over the lighting along that new route. So members will note that we are proposing a condition is attached to any approval which requires the submission and approval of a comprehensive lighting scheme for the development. And as I say, around the community centre, around the park, and along that new route, it's going to be critical to get the lighting right. So
thank you.
So
and will CCTV cameras be there as well?
We haven't put a condition on. We haven't suggested a condition, but if members feel that that's appropriate, it would be, we can certainly add a condition requiring those details.
Okay, thanks for that.
So, Councillor Tarling, have all your questions been answered, or do you have more?
No, I've got loads more. Sorry, Madam Chair. One of them was actually one that Councillor Farquhar raised about parking shortfall spaces, and the study didn't take into account that the Sovereign car park is privately run, and access issues, because I know there has been access issues, so that there is a shortfall of 91 spaces, as I believe. And thank you again to the councillor for let me know how far it is to walk from Kings Park to the site, because I'll be honest, so that one's been answered. But there was a question raised by a member of the public, which I haven't heard answered, about market traders and vans, and I'd like to know what consultation has been done, and is that been addressed, and how is that question with vans or oversized vehicles been addressed? Thank you.
Can I just add to that? Showing my ignorance of Boscombe, is there a market in Boscombe?
Yes.
A weekly market? Right.
Yeah.
What days? What days? What days? Sorry? Thursday and Saturday. Thank you. And where does it take place? Right. Thank you. As I say, showing my ignorance, I'm sorry about that. So, can the officer enlighten us, having digressed onto my question?
Yeah, Chair, I can have a go, but my colleague from the Highways Authority, Adrian Kemp, is available to. So, Adrian, did you want to take this?
Thank you, Mark. Good afternoon. Good morning, Chair and members. Yeah, in terms of that particular issue, there is obviously, it's our understanding that there is scope for loading and unloading to actually take place within the pedestrianised area of Boscombe for the market traders. and there is also obviously nothing to stop them from utilising the remaining spaces or the Sovereign Centre as well, and at that time in the morning early on those market days, that's available for public use. But there has been no dedicated let's say large van or coach spaces as such. There is also a loading bay along Hawkwood Road as part of this proposal.
Thank you. Councillor Tarling, are you happy? And if you are, have you got more questions? I suspect the answer to that one is yes.
No, I'm not overly happy with the answer, but I'll come on to the debate and I'll raise that in the debate. Mention of passive house and building to passive house standards. Can you just inquire whether the scheme is going to be passive house registered, because it's a named nominal scheme, or if not, is it thought we could condition other schemes, because passive house is not the only game in town when it comes to energy efficiency in buildings.
Mr. Wadsworth?
Yeah, I believe it will be, the development will achieve a passive house rating. I'm not probably not the best person to speak about that, but the assessment of the project, there's various criteria, and you have to at the end you'll get a score and a grading, but that's my sort of very my understanding of the situation.
Thank you. Let's see if Councillor Salmon's got some more questions and ring the changes between you.
Thank you. Okay. Sorry, bear with me then. Well, while we're on parking, there's on page 28 of the report. I just wanted to understand this paragraph because I don't understand it. It says adequate financial mitigation for the reprovision of the spaces lost by the proposed development is expected, and then it gives the cost of construction and maintenance of a car parking space of £3,000. Does that mean what I think it means, which is that the applicant will have to pay £3,000 for every space lost to the council to re-provision parking elsewhere? Am I understanding that correctly?
That's not the case. Yeah, initially there were discussions about that, but
would you like me to jump in here, Mark?
No.
Okay, allow me to answer. Thank you, Councillor. As part of, say, policy 8.2 of the Bournemouth district-wide local plan, it sets out a sequential test for the loss of public car parking spaces, which essentially requires mitigation to that, and that can either be in the form of replacement of spaces, financial mitigation, and the provision of alternative transport measures. Now, it's similar, I guess, in aims to policy BAP 10 of the Boscombe and Poachdown neighbourhood plan, which also obviously identifies Hawkwood Road as a site SA2 in the plan, and that it can be redeveloped provided certain mitigation is appropriate. Now, during the long process of this planning application, it was made aware, the applicant was made aware that will be required, and as such they've identified how they are mitigating the loss of spaces in that regard. Now, the Towns Fund project is contributing £995,000 to sustainable transport infrastructure improvements within the local vicinity of the site. This will include cycle and pedestrian improvements along the A35, either end of the pedestrianised area. That's segregated cycleways, continuous footways, and pedestrian crossing facilities. Also slightly further north, there's the Ashley Road pedestrian improvements, which is again crossings, wider footways, continuous footways and junction treatments. There's also bus service between Folkestone Station and Boscombe Pier. And there's Woodland Walk and cycling improvements, which granted is a little further east. Now, in addition to this, this proposal itself does retain a proportion of public car parking. It significantly increases cycle parking facilities within the area. It also provides public realm improvements, including public park, but also the widening of sections of footway fronting the site, and of course the new improved direct link through to the highway, to the high street and the shops. So, coupled with taking account of all of those improvements and the financial contribution already borne by the applicant, on balance, it's considered that both Safe Policy 8.22 of the BDLP and BAP 10 of the Boscombe and Neighbourhood Plan are satisfied by this development.
Thank you. Councillor Sidaway.
It's a question on something else, but on that point, park and ride hasn't been mentioned yet. It is mentioned in SA2 and is mentioned in one of the paragraphs, but isn't followed up on. Is there any picking up on that? Certainly to cover the 0.8 miles, perhaps.
That's a good point, Councillor. There is scope to monitor that in the future. It's just a question of how much mitigation is appropriate for the development to make it acceptable in planning terms. Now, near £1 million worth of infrastructure improvements is a significant amount, and that in itself is considered acceptable. But it is, we are aware of the Kings Park and Ride, and that can and could be used in the future, which is almost self-governing if the demand is there. But one thing I will touch on whilst we're discussing this, and perhaps it will come up, in terms of the presentation before about the concern on the parking, I will just clarify that the demand discussed earlier that arises from the loss of the 377 spaces for Hawkwood Road Main and Hawkwood Road 2 car parks can be met using the remaining spaces within this development site and the Sovereign Centre. That does not account for parking capacity within Kings Park or within Hawkwood Road 1 car park, because the Hawkwood Road 1 car park was very utilised, very well utilised, and there was a small amount of capacity, and essentially the Kings Park for the local demand, the Kings Park car park would not be necessary to cover the demand identified in the car parking assessment. The only caveat to that, I would suggest, is that in peak summer months, when the car park may fluctuate demand slightly higher, that will arise from not local demand, but tourist demand, essentially visiting the coast. And that is far more appropriate use would be Kings Park car parks to accommodate that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Now, your
Well,
original question.
Yeah, thank you for the answer. I appreciate it. It's just that the wording of the neighbourhood plan is quite specific, that it says it will. So someone had given some thought to it, which is why I raise it. Also in the neighbourhood plan, as Councillor Parker mentioned, is the BAP 6 and the split of housing. And if you read the report, it sort of says that this is what the split says it should be, this is what it is going to be, and yet it's in keeping with it. And I don't think all those parts actually match. So if the neighbourhood plan says there should be a percentage, then, and this isn't it, how is that in keeping, which is what the report says?
Mr. Wadsworth?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, it's a the housing mix on the development is an interesting issue, and the policy context is interesting. So on the one hand, we have the neighbourhood plan housing mix targets. We've also made reference to the just bear with me for a second, to the let's have a look, the East Dorset Strategic Housing Market Assessment, often called the SHMAR, which we use to which is reviewed from reasonably regularly, and that identifies the housing need within a much wider area. The other issue is that from the perspective of affordable housing, the demand is very much on smaller units. So you have these tensions between, you know, the overall housing mix targets, the affordable housing mix targets, and you have to take into account the physical form of development. So we've worked very hard with the developer, and you know, we're supportive of a scheme of development within a very central location within the town centre, which delivers such a good mix of family housing, and I think it's also important to bear in mind the immediate context. So now we had a look at the housing, the neighbourhood plan and the master plan, and some of the investigations and survey work which identifies within the immediate vicinity of the application site. You have along, for example, Westby Road, you know, a number of those big large villas, 3-story villas, have been for the most part subdivided into small rental units. So in terms of the design of development and the units which will be delivered, it will help to improve the sort of general balance, and you know, and help to create a sort of more mixed community. And yeah, the other, you know, the other issue is the tenure of units as well. So yeah, I hope that answers that issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. It does. I understand everything you say. It's just the line that says different housing mix must be supported by up-to-date housing need evidence and/or assessments which demonstrates compliance. And I think you probably have, but has it to the satisfaction of those people who, the 93% that Councillor Buckwell mentioned?
Okay, let's Councillor Gillett.
So I've just got one, I think, very simple question. In the presentation, you talked about the 49 retained spaces. In section 113, it says it's going to be 51. Is there a reason for the discrepancy?
In terms of the actual spaces, that was just a revision. That was just because of the latest plans, and we went back and requested more disabled parking bays and the provision of car club bays, so it amended the total. That's all that was.
Thank you. Yeah, Councillor Salmon.
Thank you. I've got two more questions. Is that all right? Sorry. One of them is in a few parts, but it hopefully all linked together. We talked a bit about the GP surgery and there being an expression of interest from to actually utilize that as it's planned to be. I wanted to know if there was any similar information that could be provided to us about the use of the kiosks along the link, the pavilion in the park, and the community centre. And my particular questions about the community centre are: is it envisaged that that will be run by the council? And if not, is there an expression of interest from a different organisation in running it, or are there any further details that can be given as to how those things are going to be brought into use, similar to what we've heard? I know we can't have lots of detail, but similar to what we've heard about that.
I realise these are important issues. I'm not sure that strictly they are planning issues.
Okay.
But I will take advice on that.
I understand they're not, but we have heard about, we've been told it's a positive that there's interest in the GP surgery. Surely it matters whether there's any interest in using the other public buildings that are being proposed. So.
Has anyone any information? But as I say, I'm pretty sure that this is not actually an issue that should cloud our decision making. Although it is important to local people, it will be important to the developers, not least. But I'm not sure that it's a planning issue as such. But nobody's advising me.
Chair, I could have a go at answering that if you feel it's appropriate.
Thank you. Very useful.
No, I did ask this question, you know, out of interest more than anything, because you're right, it's an estates issue and it's a management issue. But initially there was for the community centre there was a charity established, a community charity group established, but I think the latest is that's not really sort of working out, and the latest thinking is that an operator will be engaged to run the community centre. So and there is going to be a relationship between, you know, which I think is really very, very interesting, is the relationship between the community centre and the new park. So the community facilities will actually include use of, and I'm not sure about the sort of management side of things, of the pavilion and activities within the open space, which I think is really very, very, you know, very interesting. So exciting. I hope that helps.
Thank you. I think it, as I say, it's important, but I don't think it's an issue that should sway our decision making either way. Or
just asking questions at this point, Marion.
Yeah.
Just trying to get as much as I can.
Yeah.
But I have one other thing, which is I just wanted to check that I'm not missing something. In the report, it mentions that the travel plan, the framework travel plan that was submitted as part of the application, and it says that some refinement on the aims, objectives and specific targets of the travel plan will need to be achieved by an appropriately worded planning condition. And I can't see that at the end in the list of conditions. Am I missing it?
Mr. Wadsworth? You're muted.
Apologies, Chair. We will probably deal with that under the section, so not the section 106, but under the legal agreement.
Thank you. Councillor Tarling.
Yes, thank you. I think Councillor Salmon was very right to ask the question of need. Might be less need for kiosks than doctor surgery, but it still is a statement of need and the purpose behind it. I've got some very simple ones now. It moving to obviously a world where you don't have a car, you are becoming more reliant on things like deliveries, and I've asked this in previous meetings, and provision for the residential blocks for delivery vehicles, your Amazons and Ocados. I couldn't see on the plans sort of areas, pull-in, drop-off zones. Yeah, are they provided for?
Mr. Wadsworth?
Yes, there's various opportunities for deliveries. For example, there's proposed to be a lay-by in front of Block A, which would be multifunctional. So the bin lorries can pull in off the highway to access the bin stores within Block A, but they can also be utilised for deliveries. So you have the entrances to those two housing blocks very nearby, and there's obviously the opportunity. You have the small spur into between housing blocks B and C, which people could park up and make necessary deliveries. The community centre that has a disabled parking space and also a parking bay off Hawkwood Road. So they're all covered, all accessed.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think that actually fully answered the questions regarding the other two residential blocks, but I'll raise that again. My next question is regarding the boulevard area created between or with the demolition of WH Smith. I noticed that the neighbouring buildings are single story. WH Smith is a 3-story building. What light assessment has been done, and to what extent is that dependent on those buildings remaining single story? The reason being it's sort of southeast facing, and so at about on Midsummer's Day or sort of at equinox, about 11 o'clock in the morning, the sun's going to be shining down the boulevard, but for the rest of the day there's going to be shade in that. Has a lighting assessment done, and is there a condition on the height of the neighbouring buildings to those boulevards? Thank you.
Mr. Wadsworth?
The neighbouring buildings, we're not able to restrict development on those. So, but obviously through the planning process, we can do that. In terms of daylighting, the boulevard would benefit from that southern orientation. So it should be very well lit during the day, but obviously the sun moves, so there will be some shadowing down there. So that was never seen as a particular concern. From a security perspective, there are obviously going to be concerns about safety and lighting along that boulevard or link, which I've mentioned previously.
Thank you. Does that complete your questions, Councillor Tarling?
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, right. So we can now move on to the debate. So any views, any opinions, whether you wish to accept or refuse this application, and in due course we'll I hope someone will bring forward a motion and we shall vote on it, but that's maybe for a bit further down the line. Debate first of all. Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, sorry, I know it's always me. I can see that look in your eyes, Madam Chair. I think
you understand me.
I understand you, but somebody's got to start this debate, and I'm happy to do so. And I think that the key one for me, I do know the area reasonably well. The car park is the one I use to go to Boscombe quite often. I prefer it much more to Sovereign Car Park. As Councillor Farquhar quite rightly put out, it's a car park of second choice, a sovereign car park for cars. And when we get to the issue of vans, I think there is an issue here with the loss of parking, and it's the main thing that troubles me on this. I have a few fairly minor issues with the sort of architectural appearance of the residential buildings, but I'll be honest, those are so minor, I probably won't discuss them. But for me, it is this parking thing, and it's the walking. However, I think the officers are very keenly expressed there is so much that comes out of this in mitigation. And obviously the figure was mentioned, I didn't write it down, but it's in terms of millions for sort of walking, cycling strategy. And yeah, it comes down to boiling it down to is that, are the benefits outweighing the loss of the parking spaces? And has the balance been struck right? So correctly. So hence I was making the point on deliveries. My daughter has just started university, is on campus, and something I never would have done as a student, and she relies on Asda deliveries. So none of the students need cars on their campus because they will have their shopping delivered. And a similar sort of thing is going to be for people living in this block. We're not looking at people who are going to have car ownership because there's obviously not sufficient parking nearby for that. But we do have to consider the knock-on effect of people parking in neighbouring streets and the impact on the neighbours if sufficient spaces are not being provided. Mention was made about the tourist trade as well. As we know, we had a very exceptional year a few years ago when lots of people wanted to come to Bournemouth Park and were parking in every car park. So it falls into the wider strategy. So I'm broadly supportive of it. I have reservations about the loss of parking, but I'm pro looking forward to different ways of working. Livings where you've got you're reliant on public transport, cycling, walking, and I think as part of the master plan, I think it's to be welcomed. I'm suffering from a lack of being fully in touch with the Boscombe Towns master plan. I know we had a couple of presentations as councillors, and some councillors are probably involved in it, but as part of the wider scheme, I think the mitigation probably offsets it. I'd like to hear other councillors' opinion.
Councillor Wright.
Yeah, I have a question actually, so just going back slightly. It's only
we've done questions.
It always takes me a while. It's just very simply on cycle parking. So there was mention about 20 car parking provisions to the medical centre. Is there any specific secure cycle parking for the medical centre staff? And also with regards to the cycle storage, the document seems to suggest that there's flexibility when it's actually constructed. But it was just to ask whether there's any provision for cargo bike facilities. Thank you.
Reluctantly, I'll go back to getting an answer. But please, we've had a long time of asking questions.
I didn't ask any questions, though, did I?
No, but you could have. Sorry. Anyway, we'll see if we can get an answer. Is this possibly Mr. Kemp? I don't know, or is it Mr. Wadsworth?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, there's obviously been several iterations of this, and we have the final revision provides significantly more cycle parking than is actually required. Now, in terms of the doctors' cycle parking, so I'm just trying to revisit the latest plan. There is no specific secure cycle parking for staff of the doctor's surgery, but there is obviously various external Sheffield stands which allow for longer cycles to be parked there, all within good visibility of the building frontage and within the street scene. So they are considered to be in a secure location.
Are they protected from the weather?
If it was deemed necessary, we could insist on a shelter being constructed.
I suppose just to keep it brief, like looking towards the future, I know a lot of medical staff that use electric bicycles, and obviously in London it's very common now for medical staff, paramedics to be using electric bicycles or bicycles, but are valuable items of equipment, and so I am surprised that there is no secure provision for medical staff, because obviously parking for the medical staff is going to be important in terms of recruitment to the site and access to home visits. So if something could be put into some documentation, some sort of, I don't know if this could be emphasized or some planning condition added, then that would be useful.
Any other? Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Chair.
It was
Chair,
good
could
to
I?
hear.
Sorry. Could I
Yes,
just
sorry.
could I just interject? Apparently there's 20 parking spaces, cycle parking spaces. I'm not 100% clear whether or not they're covered. So, but we can certainly look at that.
I notice we have somebody wishing to speak. We didn't actually get introduced. Are you the architect? Right. On this occasion, can you supply information? Would you like to come to the table so you can use a mic?
Very quickly, there are 20 secure covered parking places for the doctors at the rear of the doctor's surgery in their secure garden. Thank you.
Thank you. Back to Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, so it's good to hear over the last 4 or 5 years the public consultation of many different layers and iterations of what the public want and what is now being delivered. So the flats, the medical centre, the park, the pavilion, the community centre, retail, and still retaining some parking. All I would ask is that a condition is put on, linked to the lighting, a need for CCTV, especially around the community centre and the park, identified by the police. I think it just warrants it. We have it at our community centres and it's been invaluable. So yeah, I'm very much in favour of this great opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe in due course we'll want an amendment for the condition, but let's continue with the discussion. If anyone else wishes to speak, Councillor Tidaway.
Yeah, I'll just really say that I'm looking through this. I think it's nice to see that it ticks a lot of boxes that we talk about every time we have a planning committee about on there. And I think this ticks all those boxes. I think the things we've talked about, the mix of housing, the car parking, yeah, they're all going to be issues in every development we look at. But overall, I think this looks to be a very positive addition to the area, and I think, as was said, a good start to the master plan. So I am supportive.
Thank you, Councillor Rice, and then Councillor Carl-Brown.
Yes, I also agree with everything that the previous councillor just said. It's good to see the amount of work that has gone into consulting with so many different people and groups in the area. Thank you.
Councillor Carl-Brown.
Along very similar lines, I was actually, I mean, I live not far from Boscombe. I know it extremely well. I was excited actually to read this proposal. I was particularly excited by 40% affordable housing. That literally put a smile on my face. And I think the mix is largely good. I understand some of the reservations, particularly perhaps around the 2-bed mix. However, the 3-bed total, although it's very slightly under, is very, very close and is one of the best proposals in that respect that I've seen in a year of being on this committee. I would echo Councillor Hilliard's point about CCTV. I think that would be extremely useful. And I do understand the reservations about parking. I must confess, and as an extremely regular user of this area, I have never seen Hawkwood Road car park more than half full at any time of the year. I'm sorry, but I haven't. I am, perhaps the van parking is something that needs to be reflected on a little bit. But having said that, on market day, there is a lorry parked in the precinct for the butcher's van, and other lorries are able to access the pedestrianised area for market. Presumably that would extend to loading and unloading, and you also have the shared space parking a little further along on Christchurch Road. So I'm conscious that there are other options. I'm not sure if Anne would get in the Sovereign Centre. I'm assuming there's a bar for height. However, as I've just outlined, I think there are other options which hopefully would accommodate what is required, even at the busier time of market days. So I am supportive of this proposal.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Gillett. I'll have my word after Councillor Gillett.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, echo what a lot of people are saying. One of the things that notice all of the projections in terms of car parking were kind of retrospective. I don't know the area particularly well, but I did go and visit the site, and I did sort of actually think that if the development went ahead, at the moment, if you want to get from Hawkwood Road car park to the High Street, you have to go down a little alleyway by Sainsbury's, which smells a little bit of wee. And I did actually think that probably if it was a large boulevard that I could have walked down, I might have been actually far more interested in parking there. So actually, might actually be an increase in demand of parking rather than actually looking at retrospective demand. It's just a debate. But I think actually overall, the advancements of the site sort of mitigates the lack of parking. So we just have to get used to. But that was just a point.
This is going to get horribly repetitive because I agree with just about everything that's been said so far. I went to visit the area. It was Sunday afternoon. Now, Sunday afternoon may not be a peak time for parking. I've no idea. But well, for a start, I was absolutely amazed to see the dimensions of the car park. I had no idea. I hadn't visualised that it was quite so big, and it was very empty. But as Councillor Giddens has just said, to get from there to the main shopping area, it was through the little alleyway next to WH Smith's, which will presumably be incorporated when the WH Smith building has gone into a much wider boulevard. It will be much more encouraging. So anyone living a bit further down Westby Road or whatever, will be more inclined to walk through, I would have thought. I think the mix of housing is much better than most developments we get asked to look at, which have a predominance of one-bed flats. And we know from the housing needs figures, one-bed flats in those sort of quantities are not wanted and not needed. So to see the predominance of three-bed flats is a great bonus and very much needed. And the high proportion of affordable, 40%, when we most of the time are struggling even to get anything, an off-site contribution. So that's a bonus. Well, it's not a bonus, it's what should be, but other developers don't manage to make it work. The passive house standard, so that's a win-win for everybody. For the people living there, will have much lower bills, much more comfort, but it's also excellent for the environment and our climate emergency declaration. So I think the parking numbers is a slight concern, that to go from nearly 400 down to 50 is a big gap. But as I say, from what I've seen, 300 odd are not needed. So hopefully this will work, because of course it's 50, but there's also separate parking for the doctor's surgery. So they're not going to be taking from the 50. They're additional, which will help. But I'm very happy. The community centre must be a bonus, I'm sure. So I'm willing to propose from the chair that we accept and agree to this application. Councillor Tarley.
Yeah, before we go on, I think just need to look at some of the conditions that are attached here. Thank you very much for proposing. I'm suggesting that we add into section 24 under lighting that an approved CCT, as Councillor Hilliard has already mentioned, an approved CCT scheme with the police doco, and that it's linked back to Madeira Road. That it's actually a public scheme rather than I'll leave it for the officer to actually put the right wording in here, but that there is actually covering the park and that sort of area along the road is incorporated into it. Yeah.
Well,
Do you accept? Thanks. Well, it hasn't been. That. So that we leave it to the officer to include a section in there for a public CCTV thing. Can I also just point out that in conditions, I see there's, unless I'm wrong, there's nothing in the conditions about passive house, although it's mentioned as an aspirational in there. There's actually no condition for it. I'm not actually a fan of passive house. I think it's a sledgehammer to crack a nut, which doesn't exist. The building regulations tend to cover energy usage in buildings these days, which tend to lead us towards heat pumps and other bits and pieces. I think that the scheme is designed along the principles of passive house, which is fine for me. And the rest of it, part L2, tends to cover all the energy commitments and carbon reduction commitments. So just to point out, if you're under the illusion, I don't think it's in there, passive house as a Sorry, yes, I'm happy to second that as well. Sorry, I heard Vice
Thank you.
Chair
So,
whispering who's
motion
seconding.
proposed from the chair and
seconded.
seconded by Councillor Tarling. Right. Mr. Gould would like to make some comments. I don't at the moment see that anyone else wants to speak. So anyway, Mr. Gould, what do you want? Do you want to come in first?
Yeah, just clarification on the what the condition.
The condition is around the CCTV for the community centre and the park.
Yeah, more clarification on that. The sort of the cost and being public. What's the implication of that? Does that mean the council is providing it? I don't understand how it would be provided.
Please do.
Yeah, it's an odd one because council are building it. It's and linking back to obviously there's a cost for provision of CCTV. Somebody will need to pick it up. That somebody as BCP as developers, or it'll come back at some point. Either it'll be costed into the project cost. I'm assuming not that should have any bearing on a planning decision. Cost isn't really I think if it was a private developer, I'd still ask them to do it. I think the reason for considering for planning is, as Councillor Hilliard pointed out, it's for the overall safety and management of that area. As we know, I've done a lot of work in Christchurch with our CSAS officers, and to have that ability to get on a radio and speak to Madeira Road and say somebody's just walked off down here or just thrown paint over somebody's car or what have you, to have a camera to then say, oh yes, we've got this person on camera, they've gone that way. It's not a panacea. I've worked with Met Police Doco on quite a few projects, and their output quite often they'll start off with full prison security, and you've got to wind them back to a point. And CCTV, nobody wants a video of them being mugged, but it does actually help, and there is a slight improvement in behaviour in areas that are covered by CCTV.
So thank you, and over to Mr. Gould.
Thank you, Chair. As you know, I like to try and sort of listen to the debate and the questions as they go along, and then hopefully try and just pull a few things together before members go to the vote. So I'll try and be brief, but hopefully this will be helpful to members. So earlier on in the questions and in the debate, there was obviously comments about the NHS and whether there was a need for doctors' surgery in this area. I think the report at paragraph 42 sets out that there is an acknowledged need. I've had applications in the past that I've dealt with in this area where there's been an acknowledged need for a long time. I think the question that followed on from that about the hoops that a surgery would need to go through with the NHS to obviously take over premises is beyond in planning in that sense. But I think in terms of there being acknowledged need, I think paragraph 42 does provide some clarity. We routinely receive letters from the NHS on a number of planning applications seeking contributions. So I think there is definitely an acknowledged need. There was a point raised by Councillor Tarling around the sunlight that would flood into the new pedestrian walkway that runs north to south, linking Christchurch Road pedestrian down towards Hawkwood Road. I think there was a photograph on the screen earlier by Mark in his presentation showing the WH Smith building. This boulevard, as Chair referred to it, which I would tend to agree with, is actually going to be fairly quite wide. And I think, yes, invariably there will be some shadowing that will be thrown into that space at certain times of the day. And if adjacent sites came forward in the future for more intensive heights, then obviously there would be the likelihood that shadows would be. But I think it's important to realise that it's not just about sunlight, it's also about daylight, and they are quite different in that sunlight is more like direct light as opposed to sunlight will bounce off of walls, and it's a fairly uncomplicated sort of scenario. So I'm comfortable that the width of that boulevard would receive sufficient daylight and sunlight, even going forward if we were to get more intensive development. For a point of reference, there's a link between Holdenhurst Road and Oxford Road in the Lansdowne area that was created as part of the Watkin Jones scheme that brought forward the Helm. It's of a similar width. Those buildings immediately adjacent are circa 19 stories. That is a well-used thoroughfare by the local community there, and it's absolutely fine. Councillor Rice made the point about cycle parking for the doctor's surgery, and there's a bit of clarification. I don't know whether Councillor Rice, you want something to be added to the recommendation to bolster a condition to make sure that we get a scheme that comes forward to provide covered and secure cycle parking for the doctor's surgery.
I think it was clarified by the architect who said there was 20 provision for 20 inside secure parking.
Okay.
I did raise cargo.
Okay, so I must have missed
I did raise cargo bikes then, if you wanted to.
I don't know what cargo bikes are.
Cargo bikes are a different form of transportation for young families. So you have a
I see.
bicycle with a battery often, and then you can place up to 4 children in the front plus shopping. So you no longer need a private car.
Well, if and again, I'll throw it back to you. If you want to put that forward, that you want details to come forward relating to also some provision for cargo bikes, then that's within the gift of the committee to do so.
Well, that'd be lovely.
What I would ask Mark or Adrian in the background is to there is a condition I believe that probably relates to cycle parking in the recommendation, if they could identify what number that is, so that people we can capture that in the recommendation. Moving on, Chair, there's been reference from Councillor Tarling to passive house. I'm a bit unclear whether you want a condition added. No, I thought that was the case, but I thought I would clarify that. CCTV has been mentioned. Again, it's within the, if members felt it was important for the success of the scheme to have CCTV scheme that covered the various aspects of the proposals, it's within your gift to request it. I think my view would be to steer that towards the section 106. There will be a financial cost that flows from providing CCTV, especially if it's going to link back to the centralised network at Madeira Road. But if members want that, we can add that into the recommendation. And finally, Chair, I think given the comments that we've had around maybe needing to tweak some of the conditions set out in the report, maybe add some conditions and also bolster the legal agreement, I would suggest that members accept some variation to the wording in the recommendation, which says, and you just bear with me a moment, I'll go back to it. So at the moment it says the recommendation is to approve subject to the following conditions and subject to a section 106 agreement. What we would suggest is alternative wording to allow that bit of flexibility for officers to work on the detail around the conditions, and section 106 is subject to power being delegated to the head of planning operations to agree details relating to section 106 and to make alterations and or additions to the conditions, providing they do not go to the core of the decision. I think that's it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I think we've already agreed to the CCTV element, that we would like that conditioned.
I think my suggestion, Chair, was that we put it in the section 106. If that was how.
Councillor Tarling, before we go on.
Yeah, thank you. I'm not precious where that element goes. I'd like reference made to CCTV, but yes, I did mention about delegating it to the head of planning to potentially deem that, as Mr. Gould's just pointed out, and to extend that approved subject to conditions and to then delegate powers to the head of planning.
Yeah. But I think we want
to
it,
negotiate that.
the word, the letter CCTV included in the conditions at an appropriate point.
Chair, on that, so without asking Simon to repeat what he just said, perhaps we can just put in that giving power to the head of planning operations to do changes to 106, or agreed details 106, changes and additions to the conditions, and in particular changes to the obligation stroke conditions to include provisions for CCTV. And can I ask the mover also, there's been other conditions that have been identified. Are they willing to take those on board or not?
Can I defer, because I believe other people want to speak before, because other conditions were sort of alluded to, none of which I wish to take on, but if somebody else wishes to point out what they want to add, then I can then add it. We don't have to have a second amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Rice was talking about the cargo bikes, but that was specifically for the doctors.
Yeah, I'd like to clarify that. It was for the overall scheme. It's not so much visitors to the GP practice can obviously park a cargo bike outside. It's for the overall scheme. Often building cycle storage is designed that you can physically wheel a bicycle in, but you wouldn't be able to physically put a cargo bike in. So it completely restricts that option of transportation for the residents. So it's for a review. It's really for a review of that and for the architects to hear that, which they are.
But you're talking about within the cycle stores, within the residential blocks, not the doctors one, and not the general pub, not any sort of public overall, Sheffield stands or anything ones.
Overall review of cycle of being considering cargo bike provision for the whole site.
Thank you. Councillor Salmon had something as well.
Yeah, just because I raised it earlier when we were asking questions about the travel plan, because it's mentioned in the report that it would be secured by a planning condition. There's not a condition on the end of the report. The officer advised that that would then be part of the section 106. But just as with the CCTV, I would very much like it if that could be specifically mentioned in our recommendations from the committee, that the travel plan be included within the section 106 agreement, because it is a bit unclear in the report. It says it's a planning condition. We heard today it's a section 106. I just don't want it to not be anywhere.
Mr. Gould.
Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I accept the point you make, Councillor. I think if I refer you to para 144 of the report, which sets out the bullet pointed headings that we dealt with in the section 106, I think it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fifth bullet point down talks about the travel plan. So we're comfortable that we would pick that up through to section 106. Equally, and I don't want to labour the point, your officer's suggestion is that we would add to that the CCTV, although I'm not clear that there still might be a preference to have it as a condition.
Councillor Tarling.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, I think Councillor Hilliard's mentioned it. A few councillors have mentioned now that they would support that as a separate or a specific condition.
So not in the section 106.
Sorry. It needs to be in there, referenced in the approval document, but it can be under the section 106.
Yes, that's.
I don't think that's changed from what I said. So
the letter CCTV need to be included be it in the 106 or a separate condition, but 106 is perfectly good.
Just regarding Councillor Rice's cargo bikes, because it sounded like Councillor Rice wanted an addition to the amendment on that. Obviously, the reference was made to the Sheffield stands being capable of taking a cargo bike in location where they're set. So again, I would suggest, rather than a specific condition, we would just look to cover that in the section 106. And if Councillor Rice is happy that the section 106 would cover that, then I wouldn't propose adding that in.
Happy to take advice from the officer if it covers the general.
Because you were specifically talking about the design of the blocks rather than the public cycle parking.
The whole scheme. So like sometimes Sheffield stands will be parked so close to a wall or so close to a wall and a road that you can't actually park a cargo bike there either. So it is general consideration.
Because my understanding would be that if it's the public parking, it would be Adrian Campany's team. If it's the design of the blocks, it's the architect and the team. So it's different people who would be looking at those aspects. So where do we want it to sit?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I did just ask a few moments ago for Adrian and or Mark to give some consideration to whether there's a condition in the report at the moment that we could look to vary to set out that the requirement to include details relating to the provision of cycle parking for cargo bikes. I don't know whether they can come in and answer that, but I can see, having just been flicking through it myself, there is a condition at number 31 of the report that relates to the design of the cycle store, but only in respect to Block A. I'm not clear why it's specifically restricted to Block A, so I don't know, Chair, whether we could bring Adrian back in for a bit of clarification on that.
Are you still with us, Adrian Kemp?
I am indeed. Thank you.
Can you help us with this?
Yeah, I haven't actually recommended that condition personally. As standard, the Highway Authority would always seek cycle parking to be a condition within the scheme. Now, there is scope within the integral stores of Block A to provide that will already account for 5% of all cycle parking to be for non-standard cycles. So that should already take care of the cargo bikes provision. That would be different for the doctor's surgery, as Councillor Rice pointed out. So in regards to that, a slightly enlarged store would be the way forward, which again I would recommend personally to do via condition in accordance with the scheme to be submitted to, because there's quite clearly curtilage within the site to provide that.
Thank you. Mr. Gould?
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Adrian. To move things on, Chair, can I suggest then, given the fact that if members agree to this, that they're going to give some flexibility for the wording of conditions to be altered, providing they obviously they don't go to the core of the decision, then my suggestion would be that we amend condition 31 to strip out the references where it's specifically in respect of Block A and to make it more generic, so that, for example, we would have prior to the commencement of development, detailed design and layout of the integrated cycle stores shall be submitted to the local planning authority, and we could add something that is also to include parking for, I'm struggling for the exact word, not just, I don't want to limit non-standard bicycles. If that would be acceptable, we could amend condition 31, and hopefully that would capture what councillors are.
Sounds like a plan.
I'm happy. Is my seconder happy?
Yeah, thank you. We haven't considered any farthings either, which I believe that's the feature.
Do you want a height issue on that?
No, I absolutely. I think Mr. Gould is if we just take Block A out of clause 31, so proposing obviously, an amendment to add in the CCTV as discussed, as laid out by Mr. Gould, and for the removal of the reference to Block A in condition 31. That's the amendment as it stands. That, as I understand, I see Ms. Hollyoak is about to read it out again.
I'm happy to accept that amendment without putting it to the vote, because again, I don't think there's any dissent among members nobody has been looking furious or anything like that. So I think maybe we're ready to go to the vote. So the motion is that we accept this application for the Hawkwood Road car park and the area around it with the demolition of WH Smith and the community centre, with the changes to conditions to include CCTV, non-standard bicycles. I think that's all we've put in. A delegation to the office team.
And just to be absolutely clear, we've talked about changes to the conditions in respect to cycle store parking, but adding to the section 106 for CCTV.
Yes, yes, yes. Right. So those in favour, please vote now.
I think that is unanimous, Chair.
I think you're right. But just to check, is anyone voting against or abstaining? That was unanimous. Thank you, everybody. It's been a long discussion, just very nearly 2 hours. So we've given it good airing. I hope everybody feels we've looked at all the issues of concern. It now being very nearly 12 o'clock, let's have a 10-minute break and come back and get at least one more done, hopefully before lunch. So come back as soon after 12 as we can, please. So welcome back. We're to the next item on the agenda, which is 6B, 56A and 58 Danecourt Road Pool, which is recommended for refusal. So I'll hand over to the case officer, Clemore, to enlighten us on the reasoning and bring us up to speed on what is involved in this application.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. Right, okay.
Okay,
Right,
we can
yeah.
see your screen and we can hear you.
Thank you. So the application site is 56A, 58 Danecourt Road. This is the site here. You see, this is Danecourt Road, got Pool College here, and this is North Road up here. Just gives you a bit of an idea. So this is the site here, currently occupied by 2 dwellings. That's the college. And then we've got this footpath here known as the Secret Garden. And that's just a public footpath, but with sort of gardens and public art and things on it. So, right. Sorry, bear with me. So yes, the site's currently occupied by 2 detached dwellings. You can see here, 58 is 2-storey property, 56A are bungalows, rooms in the roof. The area is predominantly characterised by single 2-storey dwellings within spacious plots. There are some flats in the area, point down here, but these tend to be on larger plots. They're more recent development and they don't predominate. We've also got another backland development down here behind 66 Danecourt Road. You can just see in here, there's 2 sets of semi-detached properties, fairly recent. And that, just to point out, that's a slightly larger site than the application site, a bit more spacious, but I might come back to that. So the proposals are to erect 2 pairs of semi-detached properties to the front of the site here, with parking to the front. Then we've got an access along the western boundary to a parking area and a terrace of 4 properties at the back. All properties are, there we go, just quickly show you those. They're all 2 stories, rooms in the roof and of similar design or same design. So the principle of the development we're not objecting to in terms of backland development and increasing development on the site, having regard to the character of the area. However, in this instance, it's felt that this is overdevelopment of the site. We've got 8 new properties going in. They will be considerably smaller footprint than existing properties within the area and smaller amenity space. So it's considered that overall the significant increase in density and plot coverage is uncharacteristic of the area. There'll be an increase in hard surface within the site, as you can see, there's quite a bit of hard surface, particularly to the front of the site, which is dominated by hard surface parked vehicles. Currently, one of the characteristics of the street scene, I'll just go back to my photos, actually go back to that one, is of landscaping to the front of sites. I don't know if you can see here. So when you look along the road from wider views, what you get the impression of is lots of landscaping trees. It's not really until you come to the front of each plot that you see the dwellings. So that's quite a significant character. And you can see from the proposals, they're actually stripping out the existing landscaping. They've put in some new landscaping. However, it's considered that the space available wouldn't actually allow for, you know, good mature replacement mitigation in terms of landscaping. So apologies, let's find where I am. The rear of the site is also more apparent than other plots in the area because of the secret garden. This area, as I said, is a public footpath, and you can see from here, you can go down here and you can actually see to the rear of the site. This is a view looking back towards number 58 there, I'm just pointing to. So the impact of the proposals, particularly to the rear of the property as well as the front, are going to be visible within the street scene. And as I said, it's considered that it's overdevelopment in terms of density, plot coverage, and this will be particularly apparent within the street scene. The design of the proposals is also considered as repetitive. The boxy dormers, dark materials aren't really characteristic of anything in the street scene. They also create a rather, the windows configuration creates a rather linear sort of effect, which means you can see how narrow each individual property is. And when you compare that within the street scene to other properties, which are generally large detached properties on larger sites, it's not characteristic. So it's recommended for refusal in the first instance on impact on the character of the area. In terms of impact on neighbours, this is considered acceptable, and I won't go into detail because that's covered in the report. Trees, just go to this. It's considered that the layout will impact on T1, T2. The amount of development result in a poor relationship to these trees, which will result in pressure to prune or fell these trees in the future. And there's insufficient space within the site to accommodate additional quality trees or landscaping to mitigate any loss. And this also, as I referred before, includes the front. As I said, landscaping to the front is particularly important, and it's considered that any replacement planting in this area wouldn't be of a sufficient size or quality to mitigate the loss of planting. So that's another refusal reason. I then go on to highways. The parking spaces and cycle parking don't currently meet the parking standards in our parking SPD, and there would be insufficient turning space at the back here for convenient movement, car movements. It's a bit tight round there. So at the moment there is a refusal reason in terms of highways, not on highway safety, but in terms of the impact on failing to maximise the use of sustainable forms of transport. It could be overcome within the scope of the scheme, and the applicant has indicated to me that this could be overcome, but as it currently stands, it doesn't meet our parking standards. So the proposal is recommended for refusal on impact on character, trees and landscaping, not meeting our parking standards, and also the standard lack of contributions for harbour and heathland mitigation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. We've only got one speaker registered, and that's Matt Allen on behalf of the applicant.
The planning officer explained the details of the proposed scheme in our opening presentation to you. We believe Mrs. Moyer may actually be the fifth planning officer we've had on this case throughout the 20-month application process. And we'd like to extend our sincere thanks to Mrs. Moyer in bringing this case to a conclusion today, and to all of the councillors before her who have been involved with extensive negotiations where almost all of the initial objections have been overcome, with solutions found. As set out in my emailed letter to you earlier this week, whilst the case officer's recommendation for this scheme is one of refusal, in our view, this solely comes down to whether the perceived impact on the character and appearance of the area is so significant that it outweighs the benefit delivery of 8 small family houses in a highly sustainable location. I don't think it does. And the fact the scheme is here at committee today at the request of Sam Fox, previous DC manager, indicates that how finely balanced this is. And because we've been told by Mrs. Moyer and planning officer Steve Llewellyn, that 6 houses, 3 and 3, would be acceptable. Unfortunately, it just doesn't stack up financially. So I'm here today to set out the applicant's reasoning for why, when weighing up all of the relevant planning officers, members will hopefully conclude that significant positives outweigh the concerns raised. So, firstly, principle and character. The application is located in an existing sustainable urban location where there is a policy presumption in favour of residential developments and intensification. This is accepted by your planning officer. In addition, the council are not able to demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. Therefore, the purposes of paragraph 11, the tilted balance must be engaged. This legislation states that planning permission should be granted unless any adverse impacts of granting permission would significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. The planning officer considers the proposed scheme is out of character by virtue of the layout and siting of the development, resulting in density and a cramped form of development. But to put this in context, the proposed density for 8 houses on this site equates to only a modest 44 dwellings per hectare, well within the previous encouraged range of 30 to 70 dwellings per hectare. Whilst there are detached houses on bigger plots with densities less than 10 dwellings per hectare on the road, the built development directly opposite, which wasn't on the original slide, 31 Dane Court Road and 9 flats, has a density of 90 dwellings per hectare, almost double our scheme. So given the mix of densities within the immediate vicinity, mathematically the density cannot be considered out of character. The planning office considered the proposed scheme as odds with the surrounding development by virtue of the small building plots and private amenity spaces. However, as set out, there have been backland development plots been approved at 39, 41 and 66 Dane Court, all within the vicinity of the site. The proposed footprint of the dwelling and their associated amenity spaces are not significantly different to these approved arrangements. There is no policy within local plans which stipulates that the gardens have to be of a certain size. All the gardens are private, they are not overlooked, and where they would meet the reasonable needs of the occupiers, and they would be an improvement over the private amenity terms over, say, a block of flats and the associated balconies. The office also notes the lack of space for meaningful landscaping and increased areas hard surfacing. Members will have had a drive down Dane Court Road and noted the flatted buildings have almost exclusively hard surfacing to the front of the sites, number 9, 11, 13, 15, 17, 31 Dane Court. This arrangement is not out of character within this particular street scene. Comments have been made about the design being repetitive and not reflective of the street scene. However, these highly sustainable and energy efficient dwellings have traditional pitch roofs, gable-ended roof form with a more contemporary elevation of finish of being brick and render, no different to the other approved backland developments, and indeed no different to the flatted development opposite, which is brick, buff brick. We're happy to change the colour of the brick to buff, and render with large areas of glazing. So members, it's our firm contention that these houses would not be out of character within this mixed street scene of Dane Court Road and would not significantly and demonstrably outweigh the benefits. Secondly, in terms of trees, the trees that you saw are not within the applicant's ownership. They're outside the boundary. Any future pressure to fell can easily be resisted by the fact they aren't owned by the applicant, so the applicant can't take them down. Also, any future owners of that particular house close to the trees will be aware of those trees when deciding whether or not to purchase that house. The applicants are more than happy to provide a fully detailed landscaping plan detailing replacement trees, their location, size and species to be agreed with the landscape officer. Thirdly, highways. We only made these points last week, and amended site plan was submitted, which made simple revisions to address those comments. Councillors, this scheme would help the council meet its targets by delivering 8 family houses in a sustainable location, close to local shops, services and schools. Ocean is at the end of the road, whilst not detrimentally impacting the character and appearance of the area, neighbouring amenity or highways. I very much hope you agree with your, I very much hope members are willing to make a move to approve and grant permission for the proposal accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. So with no other speakers, we move on to questions. And could I make a plea that you limit your questions to really important issues, particularly issues that will be material in making up your mind how to vote. We took 2 hours on the last application. We have 6 applications, or is it 5 before us? I'll leave you to do the maths. If we spend 2 hours on every one, clearly we need to keep moving, but still give every application due consideration. So it's the balance, and so I ask you to maybe censor yourselves and weigh up whether you need to ask the question or not. Particularly make sure you're not duplicating. Not that I don't think we did in the last one, but sometimes questions duplicate a bit what somebody else has asked. So, having read the Right Act, anyone want to ask a question? Councillor Gillett.
I want to break Tarling's blush. You mentioned that the sustainable transport objections could potentially be overcome. How?
Mrs. Boyer? Mrs. Boyer? You're muted.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Oh, that's fine now.
Sorry. Yeah, the reason for the refusal is that currently the layout doesn't meet our parking standards. We're not convinced by the size of the cycle parking being sufficient, and the parking spaces are slightly substandard. But it's felt that within the scope of the scheme, the plot size, that we could accommodate the standards required. It's just because there was a bit of pressure for it to, as the agent said, it's been through a few case officers. It's an application that's been around a while. There's a bit of pressure to get it determined, and so I didn't seek the amendments. But I'm fairly confident that we could get amendments to deal with that. Is that okay?
Thank you. Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair. We did hear about the other developments along this road, but on the other side where it's flatted developments. Are there instances in the proximity of this particular site that show a plot being developed in this way or to this kind of degree in terms of the density?
Mrs. Moore?
Yeah, so in terms of I think you mean in terms of backland development, that rather than flats, yes. There's this one here that I pointed out, 66 Dane Court Road, but obviously this retains the existing properties to the front of the site. So your existing street scene remained the same, and these properties are tucked in at the back. This here is a photo I took sort of facing down the driveway as it shows, and you can see they're just tucked in at the back there. So it's felt that that was a more spacious plot, and because they're retaining the properties at the front, you haven't got the issue and concerns that we've got on this site with the properties at the front as well, which are increased in density too. The character of this part is very much single detached dwellings within spacious plots, and even the flat developments, which don't predominate, are still a single plot, a single footprint within a plot. I think what was being referred to is, it's not shown on this map, but there's this plot here that I'm pointing to is being developed currently with flats.
Councillor Hilliard.
Thank you, Chair. One of your previous drawings showed the TPOs trees at the side, which obviously aren't in the red line, but can you please confirm the front two trees, substantial trees, are they TPO'd and they will be removed? Thank you.
Sorry, which front trees?
Well, we see in the picture,
yeah,
the photograph, that there's two substantial trees. I understood from a report that no, actually on Dane Court Road at the entrance, I thought there were two trees protected there.
I haven't got that on my plan, but those are all to be removed. This is all replacement planting.
Okay.
There wasn't a concern in terms of protected trees. The concern is that there wouldn't be sufficient room to replicate the current screening that we've got within the street scene, that this amount of space isn't sufficient to enable us to put, a decent size of planting in there.
Mr. Hodges wants to add something.
Yes, Chair, just to confirm the point, the trees on the front of the boundary aren't protected by a preservation order.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Any more questions? Oh, I didn't necessarily want to shut everybody up. Okay, right, we move on to debate then. So anyone willing to open things up? Councillor Mark.
Just a bit concerned, the parking, it is a bit tight to sort of get around that side, particularly if you've got, because there's 8 properties on that side, 4 at the back, and I'm just thinking, like, people just moving, there's only one little alleyway to get cars in and out. It is a bit tight really, isn't it, in terms of, I don't know what I'm trying to say, it just seems a very tight corner there anyway. And if you've got cars coming in either direction, at the top where the road, the passageway to get to the parking space at the back just seems a bit tight, doesn't it? I assume it is a car parking way that way, is it? It's not a footpath. It's got. It's just very tight, isn't it? Yeah. I wouldn't.
Because they've got car parking spaces at the back for the four back houses. So yes, it is for cars.
Yeah, and particularly if you've got one person coming in and one person coming out, it's just a bit tight, and I wouldn't like it.
Yeah. Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair. A couple of comments, as I do know this site in this area very well, having been a ward councillor for Parkstone previously. And the site, also the area, I think is currently being overdeveloped. Now, obviously, there are flats going up along one side, and whilst there is an example of the kind of the back of the plot development that was highlighted with regards to the semi-detached, this is something completely different. In my mind, this is, as much as we would like to see family homes coming into this location, I think this is overdevelopment on the site. Notwithstanding the parking, that the matter or the fact that it's even been suggested there is sufficient on-road parking to make up for that is just not the case. On-road parking there is really difficult. It's a really dreadful road to try and park on and find space. And if you start putting in units where you're going to have, let's face it, more than one car per unit, possibly, just going to exacerbate the issue. It's not in keeping with that side of the road if we want to kind of have some kind of demarcation in terms of the design and the street scene. And I really can see nothing that makes me think that I would vote for this proposal at all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to make a motion, or do you want to wait a bit?
That might seem a little bit hasty, given how long we get to the last one.
The other people with their hands up so
But if no one else puts their hand up, I would certainly move that we support the recommendation.
I spoke too soon. Councillor Darling.
I'm taking absolutely none of this personally, of course. Yeah, I think it's proportional. The debate we give it is proportional to the other things, and we just make a point that every case needs to be considered on its own merits. And the fact we spend a lot of time in another one has no bearing on how much discussion we give this, because each application is important to the applicant, whether it be 40 homes or 4. Yeah, I agree with Councillor Challoner. I'm struggling. The density, parking. It all feels like caught into a pint pot to me. Street scene, I don't have a great knowledge of this road, to be honest, but very similar sort of roads around Parkstone and parts of Bournemouth. It's having the single house sort of frontage and having planting at the front puts me in mind of a lot of other roads in Bournemouth, and I think that's quite important to keep this. We do see obviously that slightly further down the back building that's gone on, and again that has no impact on that. I think there's Mr. Allen made a comment about significant. I wouldn't call this significant increase. If a different scheme was put to us, it could probably mitigate some of those things. I do feel it sort of it is finely balanced for me, but I'm afraid I'm probably I'm supporting the officers' thoughts on this one to grant refusal. But I'm going to let somebody else speak.
Also, Salmon.
Thank you. Well, just very briefly to echo what others are already saying, in terms of my inclination is to go with the officer recommendation here, but I wanted to raise particularly the issue around the trees, because the representative of the applicant mentioned thinking that there was no need to worry about and pressure to fell trees which weren't on the site. I think that the point might have been slightly missed, that if you build houses really close to important trees, then when people live in those houses, they probably quite rightly might get worried about tree damage and then say, you need to do something about those trees. So the solution to that, when you've already got important trees, is not to build houses too close to them. And I can't see any way past that. That's the situation on this application.
And also there's damage in the building. You can damage the root areas. So it's both ways. Councillor Carl Brown.
Just very briefly, that was the point I was going to make, that if you butt up against these trees, then you could potentially undermine them in the building process, and then suddenly the whole vista changes and they become a nuisance, whereas once they were some beautiful screening. The other thing is we were told about the mixed density in the area, because I think density really is the issue here. We're told about the mixed density in the area. Well, if you've got flats where you've got several floors, you are going to have a higher density in the area. But what we're talking about here is houses. So you automatically cannot achieve the same level of density with houses. So I'm not sure that that was really making quite the point that it was intended to make. One of the visions that we've been sent has got sort of trees overlooking the a representation of trees overlooking the back four houses. I'm not quite sure where they would go, you know, to try and give an impression that there is the space to have them and that sort of thing. I can't see on the plan that there is actually space for that. So, I mean, quite apart from being able to literally turn a car and achieve the parking that is envisaged here, I'm not quite sure how you would park in the spaces furthest from the alleyway, as it were, and the front screening as well has been hugely impacted, and that is not in keeping with the road.
Thank you. So I come back. Councillor Challoner, do we come back to you?
Thank you, Chair. And I do understand and appreciate that the frustrations and concerns that the applicant might have had around the length of time this has taken to come through. However, I think the officers made a good case to us as to why we should support the refusal, and I would like to move that we do support the officer recommendation.
Thank you. And do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Flagg.
Happy to second the proposal, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Do you wish to speak?
No, I would just reiterate everything that's been said, to be honest, on the information that's been provided this morning. It all looks very cramped, doesn't it? Very cramped indeed. Happy to support the officers.
Thank you. So we can move straight to the vote. Those who wish to support the officer recommendation to refuse for all the reasons given, and nobody has quoted it so much, but I'd, you know, emphasise the design as well. But they don't look particularly interesting designs, whereas the backland further along the road look much more interesting. But for all these reasons, we support the officer recommendation to refuse. So if you wish to refuse, vote now.
Is 13 votes for.
Thank you.
And one abstention.
One abstention. Thank you. So it's do you think we've got time to fit another? Let's move on to Tayfield House then, and then we'll have a lunch break afterwards.
Chair, before we start, can I just give you an update on a concern that's been expressed about democratic process?
Right. Is that in relation to Tayfield House or general?
It is. It's in relation to Tayfield House. So just to explain, a member of the public was here earlier. So we have 2 registered speakers in objection to this application. We received 2 further requests, only one of which was the local resident here today, has just come to light because it came into our junk mailbox. Both of the 3rd and 4th request were received after the first 2. So in those circumstances, what we would normally do, because obviously the limit is 2, we would generally we would advise that we've reached the limit, and we would then offer to forward their comments or put them in touch with the 2 people who have already registered, just in case they want to come to an agreement amongst themselves to change the speakers. So I had the opportunity to do that with the 3rd objector who did not respond to that offer, but I have not had the opportunity to do that with the lady that was here today. So it was just to clarify that.
Thank you. But I don't think that means we don't proceed or anything like that. That you've acted in accordance with procedure. The fact that it didn't come into the right mailbox or come in time or whatever it is doesn't detract from that. Okay, Councillor Tardy.
Yeah, can I have under a point of order, personal clarification? Do we still get to hear that objection from the objector who has not been able to speak? Is that still a registered objection?
So we already had 2 registered speakers in objection, and that is the limit. Any further requests that we receive, we would try and put them in touch with each other, just in case the 2 people that have registered want to discuss and say, okay, you speak instead.
So do we have a statement? Was a written statement submitted in lieu of being able to speak?
I don't believe there was. It was just a request.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Could we not, given it wasn't the lady's fault that it went into the junk mailbox and didn't get treated, for a 3-minute speech, could we not give her a break with procedure and have a third speaker on this occasion?
I think she's left, hasn't
Yeah,
she?
unfortunately, I think she's left now.
So she's not around to do that.
Chair, just to comment on that as well. Of course, the problem is the reason. Sorry, I've tried to open the protocol and I can't. My computer's failed on me. But the reason you've got a rule that says 2 objectors is because you've also got a rule that says 2 people in support of the application. Once you start deviating from that in one respect, the question is it fair, and should you not give notice to the applicant and the supporters to also allow that? And that's where the problem. I mean, if members are ultimately concerned and you don't want to proceed, you can defer. That's really the option available to you, or proceed and accept the fact, as I understand is being said, that the protocol is that the first 2 people who normally express an interest go first, get the opportunity to speak. And I understand this person wasn't within the first 2 anyway, but that's, Jill can confirm that's the case.
Councillor Cobb-Brown?
Yeah, I realise this may be not possible to do, but can we at least please investigate why it would have gone into the junk folder, if that's at all possible to do? I'm technically ignorant, but I would at least request that we investigate that.
Yeah, but can I just confirm, Ms. Holiot, the date it came into the junk folder was beyond the time when the first 2 had already been
It was.
Thank you. So it would not have automatically been accepted anyway.
No, but we've just been outlined how that there would have been a further process.
Yeah, absolutely. But it doesn't mean that because it went into junk, she's completely, you know, she would have automatically had a chance to present to us and has lost it. She wouldn't. It would have been a different system. So after all that, we can hand over to the case officer. We can already see the presentation on screen. And it's Mr. Genley. Genley.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not on camera because I've had some problems with the laptop this morning, and it's stutters my voice if the camera's running at the same time as the presentation. So if you can hear me okay, I will start the presentation.
We can hear you, and as I say, we can see the presentation, so all covered.
Excellent, thank you. So, Chair and members, this case before us has been called in because the number of representations received likely exceeds the total in the scheme of delegated powers. The new constitution criteria of objector proximity to a site and the rules about when and how multiple objectors at the same address count as single or multiple comments, and the cut-off date for consultation has caused some confusion in this case, and you'll have seen the addendum report. The applicant has raised a concern about this. In the interest of clear decision-making, the most pragmatic course of action is to take the determination by committee. The council is of the opinion that we have gone over the 20 threshold. The agent considers that we haven't. So to the site. The site is on the northern side of Poole Road, adjacent to the 4- and 5-storey block of flats called West Mansions. It's approximately 100 metres from the eastern end of Westbourne Commercial Centre. The existing building on the application site is at heart a late Victorian villa, but you can't see this. It's masked by a contemporary 2-storey forward extension of limited architectural quality, with a 3rd storey accommodated within a mansard roof. An original Victorian low brick wall demarcates the Poole Road boundary, though this has been much altered to facilitate the vehicle access points, as you can see the curving on the end of both ends. The frontage has 3 trees, the smallest of which would be lost along with the sea of tarmac. This is the tree here, this one here, which will become clearer on an aerial photograph in a moment. The buildings that surround the site are in a variety of architectural sizes and range from 2 to 5 stories. Now, these photos we have here are because the applicant has sent the drone up in late 2023, and you can see from the labelling, many of the buildings around the site are flats, such as those on Pine Tree Glen, Westbourne close to the rear, and Pool Road. Since the 60s, most of the villas along Pool Road have been redeveloped with flatted blocks and residential estates of varying styles. To the west, on Pool Road, there are Grade 2 listed buildings and the conservation area. So what you see here on the slide is the blue line applied, ignoring the buildings coming through it. The boundary between West Mansions and the cinema is the line of the conservation area. You have the Westcliff Baptist Church and the Grand Cinema, both of which are Grade 2 listed buildings. So the site is approximately 25 to 30 metres outside the closest parts of the Westbourne Conservation Area. Excuse me. So to the proposal. Full permission is sought to demolish the existing building, comprising 3 floors and a lower ground floor of office space, and erect in its place a contemporary block of 40 flats set over 6 floors and a lower ground floor. The proposal includes balconies, a roof garden, bin and cycle parking at lower and ground floor level, with a recessed 7th floor atop. Revised access arrangements are proposed, retaining only one of the drop curb entrances to the site for waste and servicing and deliveries. The development would have no car parking spaces. Some changes have taken place since submission, dropping the unit numbers from 41 to 40, with further reductions to the frontage scale earlier this year. The red oval on the left is the most recent change. We've lost this part at the top here in terms of street scene. One of the major changes during the lifetime of the application was the addition of a servicing bay on the front, something you've begun to discuss on the earlier applications today. Approaching the conservation area from the east and the commercial centre, it's hard to see the site, even when the redevelopment is steps further forward than the existing building. This is a visual showing portions of the new build proposal amongst the trees. From within the commercial centre, looking outwards, west, the proposal would appear above the trees within the street scene, but some way outside the conservation area. Now, the report goes into the conservation issue quite a lot of detail. A conservation area boundary isn't a line on a street. It is interpreted in many ways, and obviously views and vistas change as you cross the road and move through an area. This street scene view at the top shows the comparative height with West Mansions immediately next door. The purple dashed line shows the comparative height of existing buildings, and the blue dashes show the previous withdrawn scheme, which was higher to the rear and wider than this proposal. We'll come back to those dotted lines when we see the elevations. In terms of access, the revised crossover would serve the site for refuse deliveries and removals with a turning head down here. Vehicles would come in here, reverse into that spot and leave. People have shopping delivered to their homes nowadays, as was discussed earlier, and things are changing. This is a town centre site and no parking is proposed. People will enter on foot or by bike and then use the main entrance on the eastern side of the building here. Is the pedestrian entrance to the building. Cycles would either head down the bike ramp, which you'll see as a sketch of here. You've seen these at stations, or there's a ground level bicycle store on the other side of the building, which pedestrians could enter this way with their bikes and park in here. So there's 2 levels of cycle parking. Bins are located on the ground level on the side here. Residents can access them from within. Servicing can take place from the outside and onto the bin lorry here or at curbside. These are some of the changes that came about in discussions with highways to address the fact the road is quite busy. The proposal has a stepped footprint moving away from the rear of the site boundary with 9 and 9A Westbourne Close as it moves upwards. The interface distances with each of the surrounding properties are set out in the assessment report. So these elevations again show the dotted lines I talked about a moment ago. The purple being the existing building. This is the rear of the site here. I'll switch to the laser point, it might be easier for you to see. And the frontage of the building onto Pool Road is here. So on the side here, you can see the level change, and this is where the cycle parking would be below ground level. This is the rear extension of the existing building, these 2 purple elements here. And the blue line shows what was previously proposed. And this lower level element reflects the changes that have been made to move the whole bulk of the building back and away from the flats and houses that are on the rear, number 9 and 9A. The elevation down here shows the only windows on the rear facing elevation, the northern one towards the flats on number 9 and 9A are high level windows, and conditions are proposed to deal with those in terms of obscure glazing. You can see the level change, as I've said, between the front to the back of the site. Internal layout, as mentioned, the proposal has a step footprint moving in away. You can see this on these drawings. You have the plan pack, but as you can see, as we move from lower ground floor level up into the building, the portions at the back of the building step inwards, with the top floor stepping back on all sides. You'll see at second floor level, a communal garden is proposed. I've done a bit of a zoom there to show you. It's access for all residents through a door on the second floor off the lobby. There is a window here to a bathroom in this unit, number 19, but that's one of the high level ones. And a condition is proposed to ensure that the lower portion of that is obscured, so there's no privacy issue or concern there. So, housing mix on this development, I'm slightly out of sync with my slides, if you forgive me, because I'm working off 2 screens, is 33 units are 1 bed, 7 units are 2 bed, and paragraph 114 in the report discusses how this would satisfy points 1 and 3 of policy CS21. Habitability, each elevation would feature windows that light habitable rooms and spaces. We have proposed conditions to cure some obscure glazing below eye level to protect privacy, lighting and access between units. The unit layout generally repeats itself between levels with good interfloor stacking. Units are all accessed off internally lobbies with a central staircase, lift and service riser. 30 of the 40 units meet or exceed the internal space standards. Now, the space standards are not part of the adopted development plan and stand as an aspirational guidance. They assist in assessing habitability. Of the 10 units that fall below the threshold, 5 flats are short by approximately 4 square metres, 2 are short by 8 square metres, and 1 is short by 10 square metres, and 2 are short by 11 square metres. This is all detailed in the report. With these deficient units, some would have 14 square metre private balcony terraces, and unlike other units that only have 1.5 or 2 square metre balconies, there is a mitigation here with living space being a private balcony, and paragraph 117 sets out that provision is acceptable. Last slide of the presentation, trees. 1 tree, as I said, is to be removed. That's tree number T2 down here at the frontage. Replacement planting is proposed. Landscaping isn't shown, but areas that are sufficient to get a decent landscaping scheme exist on the development and are conditioned. There are conditions suggested for hand excavation for pathways and utility ducting to protect tree roots on and off the site. So that concludes the visual presentation. The recommendation, as you can see, is makes reference to the fact that proposals are contrary to CS39 heritage, but as summarised in the report, the level of harm is not substantial, but less than substantial. Paragraphs 164 to 166 state how that the low level of harm is outweighed by the benefits, and overall and on balance it is considered the scheme would be acceptable. Paragraph 166 discusses the tilted balance set out in paragraph 11D of the NPPF and footnote 7, and having considered the appropriate development plan policies and other material considerations and the proposed conditions, it is considered the tilted balance is triggered and there are insufficient grounds for refusing permission. In conclusion, the proposal will deliver benefits comprising provision of new housing and the economic, social and environmental objectives of sustainable development, it being car-free. With regards to the NPPF, the harms, where identified, do not significantly and demonstrably outweigh these benefits. And that's the end of my presentation, Chair.
Thank you very much. I would suggest we take the scheduled ones and then we discuss. Okay, so we have 2 lots of objectors listed. We've got Laura Craighead on Teams, and then we have a written statement. So yes, I think we
Hello,
can see
can
you. We can see you, we can hear you. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'm one of the residents of 9 Westbourne Close. The direct neighbours are to the north of the proposed development. We have 4 main concerns that are not addressed adequately in the officer report. The first of these are the size, height and mass of the proposed development and its negative effect on our amenity due to the overbearing nature. Although the officer states the effect will be minimal, we would like to request the daylight and sunlight assessment details to understand this conclusion. The report states that obscured glazing to the north elevation will mitigate overlooking of our properties. However, no mention is made of the full length dual aspect sitting room and bedroom windows, as well as the balconies of flats 2, 3, 9, 11, 19, 25 and 33, which all have a northern aspect overlooking our main living accommodation. The proposed roof garden sits directly on top of our garden, and while privacy screening and fake plants are to mitigate overlooking, no plan for the management of noise and light has been made. We would like to understand how this will be managed to control the use of this space by residents of 40 dwellings. We are particularly worried about the potential of this space to become the communal smoking area and evening entertainment area, and the effects of passive smoking and vaping on our children. Our final point of planning concern to raise today is the lack of acknowledgement that the plans for the lower ground bike cycle area infringe the root protection areas of trees G3, which are in our garden. The current building outline does not. The work will therefore cause potential significant harm to the tree roots and lead to the future death of these trees. We would like to highlight multiple inaccuracies and incorrect assumptions in the report with regards to our properties. When describing 9A, the report states that there appear to be no windows on the ground floor to the rear of the premises. There is, in fact, glazed French doors leading out to the courtyard at the rear of the property. The report also states the 3 windows to the first floor rear of the flat are complemented by 3 windows to the frontage. However, internally, the rooms do not extend from the front to the back of the property. With regard to number 9, the report only states that the first floor windows are understood to serve bedrooms. Again, this is wholly inaccurate, with the large bay windows on both the ground and first floor serving the living rooms and large glazed French doors out to the garden from the dining area. The ground floor flat also has its main entrance, its porch, outside seating and outside dining areas on the southerly aspect and overlooked entirely by the proposed development. Since none of these features can be viewed or appreciated from adjacent roads and public spaces, and in light of the fact that the conclusions on the loss of amenity have been drawn from incomplete and inaccurate information, I propose that the committee cannot, in any good consciousness, make an informed decision on the loss of amenity for neighbouring properties without a site visit. We would be happy to facilitate this by granting access to our land. And thank you for affording me the opportunity to speak today, Chair.
Thank you. If I may say so, very clearly put. So we move on to the written statement, which will be read for us.
Thank you, Chair. This is from Joshua Weller and Hannah Masray. We would like to raise a concern about the planning application 7/2023/71M for Tayfield House, 38 Pool Road, because of the lack of car parking spaces available to the proposed new flats. There is only limited unrestricted parking available in the roads around the site proposed for development, and these are already overstretched because of the current residents and businesses in the area. We have lived in a flat on Pine Tree Glen next door to Tayfield House for a number of years and already struggled to find parking within 10 minutes walk of our flat. To have a potential of 40 new households looking for parking on the streets close to their homes will make the situation unmanageable and will severely affect the current residents. Without a plan to allow for residential car parking within the new development site or a major change to parking restrictions in the area, then we strongly object to this development going ahead.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Holyoke has got an update for us on the issue we were talking about at the beginning with the email that went into the junk folder, if you remember.
Thank you, Chair. So I've moved the email into a normal folder and there is a statement attached. It is slightly over the word limit of 450 words, but it is available if as a committee you want to receive it.
So I was going to ask for the committee. Yeah.
Chair, I was just going to make an observation. So I don't think there's a perfect answer to this for the reasons I've already articulated, but I am conscious and I understand that present in the room is possibly the applicant's agent. Now, I don't know whether the applicant's agent has got a view on this and whether he would prefer members to contemplate deferment or not, but obviously if the objection could be read out, that would might make members' views easier to reach as to whether to defer or not. Chairman, that might help members to make a decision then as to whether they're prepared to allow on this occasion.
Right, thank you. So the agent is willing for us to hear the representation. I'm getting nods all around. Yes, we'll hear it.
Thank you. Effects on neighbours, flat 1 to Pine Tree Glen. To the best of the council's knowledge, the building remains unoccupied, meaning it currently generates no revenue for the owner. Inaccurate. A busy, thriving office with a full car park daily of Jaguars and Porsches, providing much welcome revenue to not just the current owners, but also significantly to Westbourne community. It provides much needed jobs, and because it has its own parking, does not adversely affect infrastructure. The planning officer has somehow determined that there is no detrimental impact to my health, my property, amenities or finances, yet has never visited my property. The planning officer states there is a bank of tall fir trees which prevents any overlooking, thus no detrimental impact. There are 5 trees on the whole border. This is flagrant deception, and they in no way prevent people looking into my garden or children's bedrooms. As it is an office only, used in office hours, this does not affect me currently. The introduction of 2 extra floors, balconies, rooftop gardens looking directly into my property hugely changes its current use. The noise and total loss of privacy is significant. The planning officer states it is not a quiet residential side street. Thus, the impact of additional comings and goings would not be so alien as to be unreasonable. Totally inaccurate, as Pine Tree Glen and Westbourne Close are quiet streets, and to put an entrance on the other side of my fence for 40 flats just metres from my kitchen door and window with people coming day and night is totally alien. My garden and home is currently totally private and quiet. All the surrounding gardens are owned by young families. We will all be severely negatively impacted. I will lose all sunlight in my garden, yet the planning officer has deemed this not to be the case. This is wholly incorrect and contrary to evidence. Startlingly concerning that a planning officer could disregard fact when it so severely impacts the neighbours. You will be depriving children of sunlight in favour of properties that will not be owned or lived in by people desperate for a home, as they are not affordable, purely for monetary gain for developers. The assessment we would not be substantially harmed is atrocious. The health of my children and the financial impact of my property vastly impacted. There is no need for the extra 2 stories, and the proposal that is in keeping with the area is again a complete lie. Only West Mansions has a similar height. It is a total eyesore, does not reflect the rest of Westbourne, but more importantly is the beginning of the commercial area, so cannot be used as a representation of Westbourne. It also does not affect anyone's gardens. Again, planning officer decided against the advice of Heritage Committee and local residents. How is that possible? That the development is somehow in keeping with the surrounding area and would not stand out as unduly prominent and would settle into a varied pattern of development. A complete misrepresentation, but totally opposite to everything that is fundamental to Westbourne and goes against the views of the community and what puts us top of the tourist rankings on TripAdvisor. Westbourne is an attractive village, and to put this monstrous modern building with the advocacy of laundry hanging on balconies is not in keeping with the area. The huge risk of subsidence not been addressed, which is already a high risk concern. There are so many alarming inconsistencies with the planning officer assessment that do not accurately reflect what is being proposed or the impact on locals, the local community and neighbours are being ignored in favour of monetary gain by developers. And that was from Bree Norton Smith.
Thank you. So we have now, oh no, we haven't. We've got the applicant, the agent. Sorry, how could I forget you?
Good afternoon, members. My name is Chris Mill and I'm an Associate Director at Pure Town Planning, and I'm speaking in support of the proposal on behalf of the applicant Tayford Homes. I'm a Chartered Town Planner with over 10 years experience, which includes a 2-year period working as a planning inspector. The application before you today has been recommended for approval by your officers, and I wish to outline the main reasons why I feel that members should proceed to grant full permission in line with the recommendation. Before doing so, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Genley for the professional way in which he's handled this application, and I would like to commend the quality of his report and presentation today. As set out within Mr. Genley's report, prior approval has been granted by the council to convert the existing office block into 16 flats. The approved scheme would provide a low density of development, which would fail to make efficient use of previously developed land. It would also cause overlooking of the neighbours to the rear by using the existing building layout, which would not occur with the new scheme. The approved scheme is out of kilter with the NPPF, which aims to significantly boost the supply of homes, and policy CS21 of the local plan, which identifies this area of Westbourne as a preferred location for urban intensification due to its proximity to local services and facilities, including high-frequency public transport along Poole Road. For these reasons, the applicant has pursued a new build development which makes optimal use of the previously developed land and provides an opportunity to bring forward a sustainable development at the site. These factors simply cannot be delivered as part of the approved change of use. Prior to the submission of this application, we had several pre-application meetings with Mr. Genley to inform the design, appearance and overall scale of the development, which resulted in reductions at the rear of the site. And following a review of consultation comments, we held further discussions with the council, which resulted in other positive changes being brought forward, including the provision of a dedicated loading and delivery bay, e-chargers for bikes, and design changes to the front elevation of the building to reduce the extent of brick balcony screening. So in terms of the main issues that I wish to address today, firstly, highways and parking. The proposal would be car-free, and many of the objections that were submitted to the council relate to this point. But this site is in parking zone A, where car-free development is encouraged by the council's adopted parking standards. Such developments are sustainable because they encourage a modal shift from residents to non-car alternatives such as cycling, which reduces emissions and traffic on the highway network. To encourage cycle use, the proposal incorporates a significant amount of cycle parking over 2 floors, and it includes chargers for e-bikes. The council's highway department have no objection to the proposal, and given that the proposal is policy compliant, this is not a reason to refuse permission. Secondly, character and appearance. The immediate area has a mixed character which has evolved considerably since its Victorian inception. Along this section of Poole Road, there are a mix of building types, including the historic church and former cinema, but there are also large post-war flat roof buildings and more recent pastiche-style flatted developments. This site is outside of the conservation area, where there is scope to accommodate modern forms of architecture. During pre-application discussions, we were encouraged by the council to pursue a modern style of development as opposed to a pastiche style, because there are concerns that such schemes are often poorly executed due to a lack of detailing, and they do not represent the architecture of today. The design and appearance of the proposal has been informed by the immediate context and the positive elements of other buildings in the local area. In particular, the position of the building has been informed by the existing building line along Poole Road and the height and flat roof design of the adjoining flat roof building at West Mansions and the nearby brick-built Victorian villas. The design is well articulated and takes account of protected trees at the site, which are to be retained, and the finish will be of the highest quality, and it incorporates a significant amount of private balconies and a communal roof garden. In terms of sustainability, the orientation and design of the development uses passive design features and high levels of glazing to minimise the need for artificial lighting, heating and cooling. The final issue is neighbouring amenity. The position and scale of the building ensures that the proposal would not have an oppressive or overbearing relationship with the neighbours to the rear and side. The new building would be set back further than the existing building, as shown by the pink line on the plans, whilst obscure glazing, balcony screens and careful window placements will prevent overlooking. So councillors, in summary, the development would help the council to meet its housing needs by delivering 40 flats in a very sustainable location. Given the council's substantial housing land supply deficit, significant weight should be afforded to the benefits of this scheme, which will use a suitable site within an existing settlement to provide new homes. These benefits will be achieved without causing harm to the character of the area, protected trees and neighbouring amenity. I hope you agree with your officer's recommendation to grant permission and vote in favour of approving the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we can move on to questions. Councillor Salmon.
Yeah, I would like to ask something that the objectors that we heard from, 2 of them raised, and that came up while I was reading the report as well, around the impact in terms of daylight and sunlight on particularly the properties to the north. I think one of the objectors said they would like to see the reports or some further information. I'd like to ask the case officer if there is a bit more information that could be gone into on that in terms of any studies that were done about loss of daylight and sunlight. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Genley, can you help us?
Yes, I can, Chair. I put some slides up on the screen there. There were 2 objections in terms of daylight sunlight rays read out. Some were to 9A and 9, and the others were to Pine Tree Glen flats number 2. So we start with the site plan. It's probably the easiest way to start looking at this. Pine Tree Glen is to the east of the site. The sun tracks across to the south. It never travels up here in the north. So in terms of sunlight daylight, this building here will only ever block late afternoon sunshine, which is already impacted on as the sun sets. West Mansions will all be blocking that. Secondly, to the Pine Tree Glen comments are the trees that exist on the site between the two properties can be seen here quite clearly, and already act as a visual and a shade barrier to any sunlight. This photo is clearly taken in the morning because the sunlight's being caused by these trees onto the building. So as the sun moves across this picture over to here, these buildings here will already block any sunlight onto these properties here. Daylight is already impacted on by the trees that already exist on the site. At the end of the presentation, I had saved some photos of the zoomed, those same photos you've got there, zoomed in to show the same sort of relationships. The trees are substantial. There is no outlook from the majority of the flats. If you look here on this shot here, this tree here has been trimmed all the way up to allow some light to come through. That's the only one there. The back of the building has a mixture of extensions on the ground floor, as you can see, and the majority of the boundary is covered by these trees. The building itself, the application site at the back, what's left of the original Victorian villa, has a number of windows that face directly towards to Pine Tree Glen. So were those trees to come down and this building to be converted into flats, which it has deemed consent to do so under permitted development, those windows would look, and we wouldn't be able to condition those windows to have obscure glazing because under PD, under deemed consent, we don't have those controls. And there's already a higher number of windows closer there. This proposal moves the building back away. So should the trees ever go, is by choice or that's been factored in. So that's the response to the sunlight daylight issue on Pine Tree Glen. Moving to number 9A and 9. So the aerial drone shots and looking into the planning history of 9A, how it came to be, number 9 is 2 flats over 2 floors. Number 9A was approved, I can't remember the exact date, but it's in the report, and then subsequently extended to put ground floor space into what was, I think, a garage. When you look at the photos, and when I've been up to the back boundary here, you can't see very clearly at all because the fence line is so close to the back line. I'll just put the highlighter on here if you can see this. The boundary fence here and the back wall of number 9A and the trees at the back of the site here restrict views through. So the building already on the back of the site has a height to it, which causes daylight and sunlight to be blocked. The proposal retains a stepping back and actually pushes this element further back than it currently exists. So in terms of sunlight daylight assessment, none has been done because the building that's already there already acts as a substantial barrier, and the new building will continue to act as a substantial barrier. So there is no portion of light. The building 9A, the living accommodation, predominantly fronts towards Westbourne Close, and the windows on the rear that do exist are at first floor level, and they still would view down the gap between the buildings. Moving back to give some context to the area here is defined by large buildings, large flatted buildings with accommodation in the roofs, built to boundaries often. 9 and 9A are anomalous, and we have to give consideration to the fact that they are residential accommodation, but the site constraints are such that this building could be converted to residential, and the windows that exist on the back elevations would then, without any restriction, look straight down. We've tried to make sure that the redevelopment, which meets the policies, sets back. And just to switch again to another slide, the elevations here to show the mansard windows, the mansard and the roof extensions. We've pushed this whole part of the building back with the developer to try and get a better relationship. And the windows that are on the lower 2 levels that are closest to the boundary with 9A have all gone to high level, and will be obscured so that there isn't an overlooking issue. The other windows you can see in this greyed out elevation are set further back within these wings as you move away from the property. Everything we could do, we've done. The report goes through a vetting process with several officers and everyone commenting on it, and it's not the work of an isolated person. So the assessment has been made that the site constraints are such that the building as proposed is the best of this the best version of this proposal for this site. There were other questions about privacy relating to the roof garden, smoking, vaping, and noise, and how it would be regulated. The regulation of that area will be for building management. We have the ability to perhaps condition overnight use of that, to preclude that perhaps after a certain time. I haven't suggested a condition along those grounds because these areas don't tend to get used in that way, but that's something members could consider. In terms of the screening on the roof garden, and the neighbours' concerns that it won't have living plants on and so on. Obviously, it's to the north of the main building, so it won't get direct sunlight on that area. So how attractive it remains to be used remains to be seen, but it is outdoor space for people to have a break. Screening isn't prescribed in the condition to be non-see-through. It isn't described how it should look. It just says a height, a maximum, sort of a minimum of 1.8 meters. How it would look and feel and be coloured and be finished, and the level of obscurity will come down to conditional assessment. So it's to allow some fluidity there to come up with a solution that the neighbours can comment on, and whether they want something obscured, whether they want green fencing, whether they want fake plant covered, ivy covered fencing, or whether it's glass, smoked glass. There's a variety of solutions for that. In terms of how smoke travels, and I'm not a smoker myself, I understand the concern there, but how the area is used, I can't comment on the smoking concerns because it's a domestic property and all the other gardens around there have domestic uses going on in them, barbecues, smells, noise, music. That's part of a domestic environment. This space here isn't a massive area, and it has to be used in accordance with however the building's managed. So it'll be the building management company that would have to regulate how that's used. But we could propose a condition to regulate the hours, preclude hours not after a certain time of day. Does that answer the question, Chair?
I would have thought so, but I'll turn to Councillor Salmon.
Yes, absolutely, and lots more issues as well, I think. I was specifically on the light, the sunlight and daylight issue, but thank you for that very comprehensive response. Thanks.
Thank you. And Councillor Rice, and then Councillor Hilly.
Yeah, one of the objectors raised a concern about tree root damage to a tree that's in her property from the below ground cycle store. Could we have more information on that?
Which tree do we think it is? This plan here, the below ground cycle store, just so everyone's clear, I will just run back to the plan that shows where the cycle store is located. So on the floor plans, the above ground cycle store is located on the side next to West Mansions, access down the side. The below ground store is in the rear part of the building, so at the lower ground floor level. So although the entrance is over on this side of the building, it's actually in this portion here. So going to the tree plan, that means it sits behind here in this area here. On this pink line shows the outline of the building. G3, and the G3 means group three trees, and tree 7 are the closest trees there. Group 4 and the other property, West Mansions, are probably too far away. So I imagine it's relating to these group 3 trees here.
I have been told it was G3, yeah.
Yeah. So the conditions proposed within the report talk about hand dig foundations for power ducting, water cables, all the utility services, but also foundation work. And what that means is where the trees have been identified as crossing over into the area, you'll see here that the upper portions of the building steps back, so the canopy isn't affected, but root areas typically are the same as the canopy, depending on species. So root protection areas, there are solutions there where they're excavated by hand, we have an ARB survey that's submitted, and they will then have to specify how they operate that. There'll be someone on site that keeps in charge of that, and solutions such as bridging foundations that basically build a bridge across the tree root so that there's expansion space for that tree root to grow over the lifetime of the development without it affecting the health of those trees, are protected. The tree officer within the council has commented on that and is satisfied that conditions can address those. I can't remember the specific condition wording. I've got the report here, but so will members have, can look back again at that to see what the conditions say about it. But the tree officer was satisfied that the method of protecting the trees, and that also means for footpaths that are put in afterwards as well. You see that plan has got a footpath breakdown of how a cellulose membrane will be applied over the surface to protect the roots that are beneath the surface. It's something that happens quite often on tree sites, particularly neighbouring trees, and the conditions sufficiently cover the concerns.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. You mentioned in the report about the prior approval to change the use to flats across the building. Would permitted development also allow an additional roof, or has that already been occurred with the Hansard? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. If I come back, Chair. I wasn't involved with the site back then when that was proposed, the prior approval, and I have questioned the agent, who did inform me back that to the best of their knowledge the building wasn't being used. That's why we've said that statement in the report. We don't just make these things up. That's what we've been informed. So if someone is still using it, that's not with my knowledge. The agent hasn't been able to inform me that either. In terms of the prior approval for going upwards, I don't think they ever applied for that here, and I believe there was a reason why they couldn't. Remember that those are very specific rules to do with when a building was built. It was built before a certain date or after a certain date. It's eligible. I can't remember the specifics of that.
Okay, thank you.
The agent may be able to offer some advice on that if you want to ask the agent.
I'm just looking to see if the agent is going to react. Can you come to the mic?
A couple of years ago, we did apply for a right to rise, but because the building is of Victorian origin, it predates the cut-off date. I think it's for buildings built after 1948 or something like that. So
I think
the building's too old to.
I know 48 comes into it somewhere.
Those PD rights to apply.
Yeah. Thank you.
No worries.
And Councillor Chandler.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick clarification on the diagrams that give the outlines of the proposed building and the existing. We've got a couple of different dotted lines. Are the dotted lines in blue a previous scheme that has been submitted but not approved, or has it been approved? Just want to double check that.
Mr. Henley?
Yep, just to come back on that. So that was the withdrawn scheme, not the there's been no other approval in terms of what came in has been adapted, is largely what you see on the screen with some minor deletions. The blue was what came in and was withdrawn. There was a technical issue with it. Was as an outline application, and we needed more information. The applicant chose to withdraw it because it couldn't progress in its current state. So that was what then resulted in a pre-app discussion, and we asked for these blue element, the voids between the blue and what you see, to be removed and deleted out, and changes to be made. The balance there was then the applicant, so the agent talked about the applicant wanting to replace some of that footprint, so there were step-ins and moves away from the boundaries. So the blue is a withdrawn scheme, the pink is what exists on site.
Thank you. I see no more hands, so we can move on to debate. Councillor Tully.
Yeah, thank you. I would have had a question, but Mr. Generley actually answered it in response to Councillor Salmon's question, was regarding the roof garden. I'd written down management plan or a previous development of flats. We had actually gone into great detail about management plans of roof terraces and roof gardens. I appreciate that this is north facing and is unlikely to be a sunbathing spot or a sort of daytime party spot. But I do take on board, I think it was Ms Craig Head's comments about amenity from the garden. I think the noise, the light and amenity, I think have been addressed with the scheme in my view. But I do hear the concerns about there potentially being sort of nighttime parties on this roof garden, and I would like to know if other councillors may recall previous developments where we've had management schemes, we've put restrictions on, that it can only be used within certain hours, and perhaps put time restrictions or ask that a management plan is put in place with that. And I'd sort of like to know if that's something that members of the committee would consider as being an additional clause which would mitigate some of the neighbours' worries. And on top of that, just regarding the screen, again, a green screen on a north-facing area, unless it's something like ivy, is going to be unlikely to stay or wonderful or be maintained going forwards. Obviously, there's potential that the building could be taken over by it may be run by the developer at first, the freehold, but the management may well become owned by the freehold may be owned by the residents at some point in the future. So there needs to be an enduring nature to the screen. And the only point to do it is part of planning law is that this 1.8 metre screen, I would suggest we just need to make sure that it's of a durable nature and is obscure. And I think fritted or smoked glass might be the solution to that. But as Mr. Gould mentioned before, I would happily delegate that to the Director of Planning Services to agree that as part of a condition if we wish to take the recommendation of approve the scheme. Thank you.
Thank you. I mean, it is quite possible to put a condition on. The officers have just confirmed it. So to me, not audibly, visibly. So we could put that condition on if we were so minded. So it was Paul.
Thank you, Chair. So when I first saw the application and also the objectors, the concerns about light overshadowing balconies, roof gardens, I was concerned, but I think the officer has given a great presentation, and the pictures from the drone and whatever, and the explanation of the tree coverage. I think that's given me a lot of comfort. The other part was about the heritage officer's objection, but again, looking at the picture exactly there, good timing, thank you. The distance and the buffering of an existing building, I think that objection, I'm happy to that falls. And again, the balancing act of the fallback position of the permitted development of the prior approval, which I think would give a worse situation for overlooking. I think this application, I'm happy with it. Thank you.
Councillor Clements, then Councillor Salmon.
Thank you, Chair. So whilst I obviously understand our transport policy and our green policies, in the real world, I really do struggle to see how a block of flats, 40 flats, that could potentially house 80 people is going to be manageable, sustainable parking wise, with absolutely no parking facility at all on the site. I really don't see how it could work, because it's already been said about how parking is so difficult in the surrounding areas and roads. And no parking facility at all. I just don't get it.
Unfortunately, it is totally in line with the SPD. And it's not for us to rewrite the SPD, whether we want to or not. That can only be done by full council, and so far that hasn't been, talked about as far as I'm aware. Councillor Salmon.
Thank you. So I wanted to say first of all, actually, to thank you to the case officer for a very good report and a good presentation. I found it really helpful, and there was a lot in there to to help us to come to our views on this. I do have some concerns about this application. I raised one earlier, which was around the daylight and sunlight, which is something that's part of the objections of some of the neighbours have been raised today. And I am a bit disappointed that the answer was no study was done, but we think it'll be fine, because we're talking about 6 stories right next to 2 really normal sized houses to the north. I can't really see how that won't impact daylight and sunlight. And without study, I don't see how we can possibly know that. I also note the Heritage Officer's comments, and the Heritage Officer objects on the grounds of less than substantial but nonetheless harm to the conservation area and to the 2 listed buildings. And the officer's report notes that the tilted balance needs to be engaged because of the benefit that to be gained by supplying 40 additional properties. But I have a problem with that, because our policy CS21 of the core strategy says that proposals for residential development within this area will be expected to reflect the housing size demands of the borough as identified in the SHMA. And the SHMA says we don't need 1-bed flats. And this is 75% 1-bed flats. So I fail to see how this is meeting local housing need. And that's the problem. I see it's additional units, but I don't see that it's meeting the need that we have. And it's, again, it's always an issue. We bring it up every time, don't we? And we understand about viability assessments, but no affordable housing is very disappointing. And we've just approved a scheme in Boscombe, which is going to achieve a minimum of 40% affordable housing. I know it's a different set of circumstances, but it does give me concern about priorities and about appropriateness, and about the genuine benefits of this scheme. And so I have grave concerns.
Thank you. And I can't remember what it was. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. I was just going to note that the location with regard to having no parking at all there, it's in a perfect location for bus routes on there, because it's quite central. You know, all buses go between Bournemouth and Poole along that route. There is no other way through Westbourne, as far as I know, unless you go on the Wessex Way. So from that point of view, I think it's ideally placed. And I think people will know that there's no parking, you know, when they actually move in. I do agree with Councillor Salmon though about the proportion of 1-bedroom to 2-bedroom. It would be much nicer to see more 2-bedroom places where families could live. Yeah. Thanks.
Yes, Councillor Salmon foreshadowed what many of my concerns. I share her views on sunlight. I'm less worried. I think the impact on heritage is more mitigated, as we saw from some of the pictures. But what worries me is the housing mix, the lack of affordable housing, and the size of 25% of the flats are demonstrably too small according to what is required. And apparently a balcony makes up for that. I'm not sure that it does. In fact, I don't think it does. In terms of the parking and the housing mix, well, it seems to me that what we're saying is that if we're accepting that many 1-bedroom flats, we're expecting perhaps young professional couples, that sort of thing, who might get on a bus, but where do they work? Do they not need to commute? I don't understand how, with our current public transport system, they're going to do that successfully. They're not all going to work from home. They're going to have, because there's no affordable housing, there's no nod to affordability here at all, as far as I can tell. They're going to have pretty decent jobs to buy these places. I don't know where they're going to work. And I imagine they're going to have a car. At least one, and at least some of them. And it's not even 80 people who will live here. We've got the capacity for some of the flats, the 2-bedroom flats can take 4 people. So we're looking at, you know, upwards of, well, pushing, I don't know, potentially even 200, certainly 150 people. No, not 200, I beg your pardon. But well over 100 people in these flats, which are demonstrably not for families. So we're going to have potentially 2 adults with 2 cars. So I am not against our policies around green travel and sustainable travel and all of that. Not at all. We don't even have a disabled parking space. I'm not sure that that's, you know, wise. We can't say that people might not need a disabled parking space. I have grave concerns about this development, actually.
Thank you, Councillor Challoner.
Thank you, Chair, and I echo comments from colleagues on this committee, in so much as when I first looked at this, I too did have concerns over the light, and we've had some feedback from the case officer. However, given the increase in scale and mass of this building, I suspect it will have some impact on light, and I feel that it also will have something of almost an overbearing nature. It is a big building they're proposing to put on this site, much bigger than that is there at the moment. And if they want to use the permitted development as a fallback position, I actually think that would be far less harmful to those people who are going to be so directly affected that are neighbouring this. I, as you know, have concerns with regards to parking. I know that's another matter out of our hands. And it is alarming that there is no affordable housing. There's no contribution towards it. And as Councillor Salmon pointed out, 75% of the flats that are being proposed here do not actually meet the mix that we're trying to steer in this area. How is that acceptable? And I don't really understand how we got to this point where we're being asked to approve something that actually is so against our policy. Thank you.
There was somebody else. Yes, Councillor.
Yes, when I first saw this proposal, I was very pleased to see a development in an ideal location for it to be car-free and have no parking. Obviously, that we can look to London as a classic example, maybe of where a lot of people live without having private cars. It is a change in culture, but that's exactly what the policy is designed to do. And the people moving in will be aware of this. And the majority from this location, the majority of BCP is accessible via a combination of buses, trains, and electric bicycles, and walking and scooters. And so there are other options. My main concern is the proportion of one-bedroom flats. And how it is so out of keeping with what is hoped for this area.
Thank you. I gather Mr. Gendley wants to come back on some of the comments that have been made. I'm not sure specifically what aspects.
Thank you, Chair. I've just made some notes as the councillors have been talking through there. Just a couple of responses. I think both sides were given in the cycle parking issue, in that it's policy compliant. There's a regime change happening before our eyes. Younger generations don't own cars, they can't afford them, but also their lifestyle choices are different to generations that have gone before them. And car-free development in town centres is very much something that is happening across the UK. Bournemouth has, so BCP, Bournemouth areas has particularly advanced standards in some respects for some other authorities that I've worked at. But here, the car-free development is backed up by cycle parking on two different levels. So in terms of accessibility, there is a ground level cycle parking. There's also below ground level. There's a capacity in there for electric bike charging through condition. You'll see in the addendum report, there's a clarification about number of charge points for electric bicycles. You're living through a time of change, and that's always difficult because we are set in our ways and people like their cars. People coming to a new development will have to look at the easiness of parking a car and make a choice, and perhaps that will put them off. Bus transport is good through the area. There are local facilities and shops that people can work in. There's also local offices. If you don't have a certain quantum of people living in an area, the bus services don't improve because everything's driven by profit these days rather than having a basic service. So we need to get our bus services back up to the levels they were 30 years ago. And having a high number of people in an area and relying on buses is one of the ways that then the bus companies invest, because they have to put extra services on to meet demand. So it's linked outside of planning control into other areas of life where changes are happening. The concerns about housing mix, the unit mix, it's always a difficult one. as you heard earlier on the other scheme, Boscombe neighbourhood plan has a specific policy, and I've dealt with schemes in Boscombe where we've had to try and address that. What the market wants, what the council want, and what residents want are all different things. And trying to get a development to be exactly on what the policy says is always very difficult. Here, you have a building very close to a town centre, which if more family accommodation were to go into, if family accommodation were to be predominantly there, that can have an impact on the viability of clubs and nightclubs and takeaways, the cinema building, because then you get complaints from people that wouldn't normally live in town centres about noise on their children, late nights in school days, all those sorts of things, where typically people move out from town centres as they got older and had families into suburbia. Because of Greenbelt, we're not expanding suburbia. There's a whole interlinked problems, but there's a balance here between what the market is demanding. And we don't have a policy here saying specifically there has to be 50% or 10% family accommodation. The developers come forward with a scheme here that they've made work. They put a viability report in, and whether we like it or not, there's no affordable housing on this scheme. And that complies with our policy, which says that a viability report must be submitted. I personally would love to see more affordable housing everywhere, but because our policy reflects government doctrine at the moment with viability reports, they've done what they need to do to show that, and we can't insist or refuse something for not having affordable housing where they've met the policy. So there are concerns there about the housing that I've tried to address, that mix-wise, if you put family housing in a town centre, that itself can cause problems because you kill the town centre in some respects. You'd have heard about the Night and Day nightclub in Manchester, which has had that same problem happen. The whole area is having problems. Hopefully I've addressed some of the concerns that members have raised there about housing, affordable housing, and the cycle parking and the vehicular parking. I think I've covered everything that's just been mentioned.
Sorry, Councillor Carl Brown is raising one more that you haven't covered apparently.
In fact, it was my main issue was that 25% are below size standards.
Sorry, Councillor, yes. The minimum space standards are not adopted by BCP Council. They are issued by the GLA in London, and they are applicable within Greater London. Other boroughs, other councils have kind of started using them as I said in my presentation, as a way of sense checking a development to check habitability in a very quick way. There's other factors that we have to consider, such as the amount of daylight that a plot gets, the arrangement of rooms, stacking, and that means, is a bedroom above a bedroom or is it above a kitchen? Do you get party noise transferred? So here, 30 of the 40 units meet or exceed. There's a table in the report which shows you the excesses and so on. The ones that don't, I've broken down into I think it's 4 or 5 that are a moderate deficiency, and then the ones with slightly more deficiency, some of them have the larger balcony areas, which are private balconies, and they're not Juliet balconies. They're proper balconies people can put a chair, a table on, dry some clothes on, which we always push for, and our urban design team is always pushing for, to get a practical balcony. So things are definitely changing in the BCP area where developers are listening and going for that, and it is a balance. We're never going to get a scheme which is 100% policy compliant from everyone's perspective, from the developer, from the residents, from the shopkeepers, from the council. There's a balance to be had, and so expressed as a 25%, well, breaking that down in the report as it does, we feel there's enough mitigation with some of the units, and the provision of the cycle parking separate, so flats don't have to have the bike on the balcony like you see sometimes, or in the hallway. The space within those flats becomes more usable, more practical, and so though that deficiency in some of them is acceptable, but overarching is that those aren't actually adopted by the council. So they're not part of the local decision making plan. We use them as a tool to try and help and point out. That's the limit of them, really.
Thank you, Mr. Genley. As usual, you've given us very clear and detailed answers. And I was a bit upset that one of the objectors, or maybe more than one, I can't remember, but certainly one, was implying that you hadn't done your work. Well, I absolutely reject that. I think you've been exemplary, and you've gone over and above, given us information more than we asked for, and you clearly know this inside out. So thank you very much. Councillor Salmon.
Yeah, thank you. I absolutely agree with the thoroughness of the report, and I said it before. It's been a real credit to the case officer. So thank you. I do just want to come back on one thing. He was just talking about the not being suitable for families to live in that location because it's a town centre. We are talking about Westbourne, not Las Vegas. I'm not convinced that families would cause the wild nightlife of Westbourne to suffer. But that was all. And there are families with children living directly to the north and the east, as we heard from two of them today. I don't take that as a reason for not making more of the type of housing we actually need in BCP that our own assessments clearly show that we need, rather than lots of little one beds.
Thank you. Oh, Councillor Tarling. I'm hoping someone is going to put a motion.
Yeah, thank you. Well, go on then. But I just want to say my point first of all. I think the officers gone into great lengths about how this scheme meets the majority of our planning policies, and for me the bits where it doesn't meet has been very well put by my fellow members here. I completely agree with. I'd written down when I was looking at it the weekend, space requirements. I think the lighting one has been resolved. If we implement a management plan for the garden, I think that mitigates some of the impact. It's all about mitigating. I'm slightly on the previous one. I found very useful. I do come with an open mind. I like to hear fellow councillors' point of view on the application. On the previous one in Boscombe, it was great to hear from the local councillors or those ward councillors or neighbouring ward councillors on the impact. And when you're talking about heritage impact and the sociological impact, it's a shame that we didn't have any ward councillors or neighbouring ward councillors actually speaking up either an objection or support of this. I find it quite useful, and certainly Councillor Canavan and Councillor Farquhar really did capture the things for me. So I would have loved some input there, as into whether they want Las Vegas in their ward. It might be a great thing to have. I don't know. I'm not anti-Las. It's not for me. Councillor Hilliard might be able to answer that one. But for me, I didn't want to be the one to propose this because being a Christchurch council, I thought it's got nothing to do with me. But as Madam Chair wants somebody to do it, I'm happy to propose that we add an amendment onto the conditions, asking that a management plan for the roof garden is set out with and delegated to the head of planning to agree a management plan to restrict the use of that out of normal sort of operational hours, or something like that, 11 o'clock. But I would happily delegate that, but that we accept the recommendation and grant in accordance laid out in the report the other conditions.
Thank you. So given that additional condition, have we got a seconder? Councillor Sidaway?
No, I just wanted to say, I wasn't going to say something because I don't want to just agree with what's been said. But I feel that there's lots of reasons why we don't like it, and that isn't good enough to turn it down. However, I think that the scale and mass, I don't think the light issue has been satisfied for my liking. So I can't support it, but I can't see a reason to vote against it. And that's where I find myself. So I think if I'm not going to support it, then I need to at least say that.
Thank you. I think a lot of us, I haven't spoken actually, but I agree with a lot of what's been said about the sizes and the proportion of one-bed flats and the lack of affordable housing. But also I can see advantages of having housing on that location. And I actually quite like that the building line is being brought nearer to the road. Not least because when I went there and I walked round Pine Glen and approached along the road from that direction on the Tayfield House side of the road, what struck me was the fire escapes on West Mansions. A building forward of that actually blocks that off, so that I mean, that is not a reason on its own to approve, but it's a slight bonus, a slight advantage. Sorry. So, I mean, for all of us, I think it's a balance of arguments. We've got a proposer. We haven't yet had a seconder. Councillor Hilliard.
Yes, happy to second.
Thank you. So, and that's with the additional condition.
Yes.
Mr. Gould.
Thank you, Chair, as ever. Just coming in at the last minute there. Discussion around obviously the use of the roof garden. Councillor Tarling has mentioned the need for a management plan. If I'm understanding the concerns, it would just be about the use of that space at certain hours of the day, which could be unneighbourly. So I actually think all you really need is a condition that just explicitly states what hours you can use the terrace for. So that might be between 9 AM and whatever. So I'd welcome some comments from members around what times they feel would be acceptable for that roof terrace to be used. And then I think, you know, say, Chair, I think all you really need is a simple condition that just limits the use of that terrace outside of those hours. I think it was Councillor Tarling that also mentioned the privacy screen. I think there was a bit of ambiguity as to what that privacy screen might end up looking like. I think listening to the debate, I've concluded that members would prefer something that was opaque so that it was restricting the ability to look down towards the properties to the rear. So again, I'd welcome some thoughts from members as to whether that's if I've understood that right, and they want a condition added along those lines as well. I think Frank picked up on it. There was a comment from a councillor a few moments ago about the percentage of units that fall below the national space standards. I think there was a comment that it was 75%. That is actually wrong. It's 75% are in accordance, 25% are below. I think there's a councillor down there that says 75% that were below. That is actually wrong. It's 25%. And then, as Frank said, there is a table which is colour coordinated in the report, which shows those that exceed and those that are below. And the only comment I would just make on that, Chair, is that it's been obviously well rehearsed that the space standards are not formally adopted in the Bournemouth local plan. The NPPF does make reference to national space standards, but does then link that back to where you have a specific policy in your local plan that seeks to set them out. Obviously, the Bournemouth core strategy is silent in that regard. So they are guidance, but they're not the sole consideration. You know, we also look at the quality of the outlook. So it might be, for example, you've got a flat that is below the national space standards, but it's up at second, first floor. It's got, you know, fantastically well light lit space. So the standards of space alone are just one consideration. We're also looking at the quality of things like the output, the position within the building, the fact that, like Frank said, there might be a balcony. So it's one consideration among many. I think that covers it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. So we've now, Councillor Tarling, are you on the hours?
Yeah, no, it's just to clarify, following Mr. Gould's addition, a reminder, I should say, about the screen. So if I could add, and if Councillor Hilliard is happy to second, that we add in a condition for the 1.8 metre screen to be of a obscure material. Thank you, and remain in perpetuity.
Right. So obscure screen and leave it to the management plan to sort out the hours of use.
Yeah, happy to suggest something like 6 o'clock in the morning to 11 o'clock at night.
Okay. I think, oh yeah, my reaction is that's a bit long, bit late.
I think 6 o'clock's far too early. I think probably 8 o'clock. I know, but yeah. I think
7 you might want to go out for a morning. They're not going to be leaking.
Yeah.
So are we saying they can't use it at all, or they can't make noise?
The suggestion was that you wouldn't be able to use the roof terrace outside of the hours that members agree.
Bearing in mind the roof terrace is out directly outside at least 2 flats. No windows, but what about sound?
Chair, it's the case officer here. Just some thoughts on listening back to what the neighbours' concerns were, and it was to do with noise and disturbance, partly with smoke, but noise disturbance to their children as well. So into the evening on school nights, I think is perhaps different to perhaps on a Friday or a Saturday, but the use of the roof garden area to be restricted, like Simon has said, to be only between certain hours. So say from 7 a.m. when you have maybe a coffee, but until 7 p.m, maybe not later. I don't know. That's I think where officers were thinking members might discuss the hours range rather than later into the evening. It's not a pub garden. It's a domestic garden on a block of flats with houses nearby, and with flats nearby. So the hours might need to be more reflective of just not passing noise from an outside to neighbouring windows.
So, I heard somebody say 9 p.m. And you know, my kids are a bit older now, but I think I'll accept 9 p.m. as being a reasonable time. Kids fall asleep if they fall asleep on planes, trains, and automobiles.
Watershed hour.
It's parents that tend to get more stressed about the noise. So
No, maybe something like 7 a.m. to 9 p.m.
yeah,
Or,
7 to 9 sounds fine.
right.
But I think the main issue was to do with noise. So I don't know whether somebody having a coffee by themselves shouldn't be restricted, I feel, but I don't know whether there's
Who would police noise?
Okay,
We'd be in a
so it's just-
minefield. So one person's noise is other person's, slightly clinking the coffee cup or something. So we have a motion. We have agreed amendment, agreed by the proposer and seconder and contributed to by the rest of us. So we move to the vote. Those who wish to accept this planning application with the changes to the conditions, vote now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9.
Those who wish to vote against?
1, 2.
And those abstaining?
1, 2, 3.
Thank you. So it is duly carried. It is now 10 to 2. And I'm feeling a bit hollow as well. So can we take a very short break, but it's long enough to eat a sandwich, because I'm acutely aware that the case officer, it's Frank Gurney again for the next one, is under a certain amount of time constraint, and I don't know whether we can accommodate him entirely, but we'll try. So can we make it 2:15 back? Welcome back to the afternoon session of Planning Committee. Just to point out that one of our members has had to leave. She's the Mayor of Poole and she's got a mayoral engagement this afternoon. So Councillor Joe Clements is not with us, not continuing in the meeting. The rest of us are here as this morning. So we move on to the next item, 6D, which is 506 to 508 Charminster Road. And again, the case officer, the presenting officer is Frank Gedney.
Thank you, Chair. I'll move straight into this one for you. The case has been called in by Councillor Northover because of conflict with policy CS19, which is about small family dwelling houses, and CS20, and because 2 units fail to meet the national minimum space standards. Also concerns about there being a precedent being set, which would result in a declining living conditions from the decline in quality of housing stock. So, the site here is on the eastern side of Charminster Road, opposite the commercial parade to the west. The site is bordered by Sonning Way, which is a narrow but public highway to the north, and neighbouring gardens off to the back and the sides. So this is Sonning Way along the centre of the site here. You can see that there, running all acrosswards there. The area is characterised by the longer commercial parades opposite and a mix of 2-storey detached and semi-detached houses and church buildings. Bungalows do sit to the rear on Uplands Road. There is a bungalow and a 2-storey house on Sonning Way. The bungalow is number 1 here, and the 2-storey house is number 3 here. The application properties are 508 and 506 here. Both 506 and 508 were built as detached houses as part of a run of houses along this stretch here. Number 508 has substantial extensions to the side and the rear. 506 less so, still been extended. As you can see, all the properties on here have had some form of extension. The houses are typically closer to each other than 506 and 508. If you look at the relationship here of 506 and 504, very close to the boundaries, and that's repeated along with occasional breaks. 506 and 508, there's a particularly wide gap here, and that's also reflected with an even wider gap between 510 and 508, partly because of Sonning Way. You'll see 510 has a slightly different design of house with the bay cantilevered at an angle. The rear views from Sonning Way and of the site and other houses on this stretch are different again. The stagger of the dwellings backwards into the sites as Charminster Road progresses up the hill towards the eastway is more pronounced at the back than at the front. This slide initially may look a bit complicated, but it's trying to show you what you'll see from the windows. So this house number here, number 3, from the front of that, you see this view here, 506. And from the side of number 3, you look over the roof of number 1, which is the bungalow, and you see the back of 508. From the footpath here between 508 and 510, you get a view of 504, 506, 508, and the extensions. It's quite a tight view there. I can come back to that slide if members need me to later in the presentation. So to the proposal. Full planning permission is sought to retain and extend the 2 buildings with the conversion of 506 into 3 flats and 508 into 4 flats. Previously, an application was proposed to demolish 506 and build a new building with 7 flats in that one. That was refused. One of the drop curbs that currently serves one of the dwellings is to be removed, with the forecourt remodelled to provide parking for both sets of flats. Cycle parking is to be integrated into the buildings behind false garage doors, with a communal bin store centrally positioned in the frontage near the entrance to the site. Extensions are proposed to the rear and the side, with the gardens split to provide private gardens for the 2 3-bed private gardens provided for the 2 3-bed ground floor units, and a communal space beyond for the other flats. The scheme has been reduced in scale and height to the rear since submission. The scheme itself allows for an earlier refusal. Sorry, I'm rushing my notes because of time. The scheme allows follows an early refusal, as I mentioned. Many of the objectors are convinced that the houses are being demolished, and the objections reflect that, but the plans show that retention of the fronts and sides of the houses, with the extensions made to the rear and internal layout changes delivering the additional number of units. Revisions to the access arrangements are shown on this slide. The lobby would have 2 doors into the houses, here, 2 separate flats with cycle parking access through the front, false garage, but also accessible then within from the building within. 8 and 8 cycle parking spaces are proposed, 16 in total within each building. 9 parking spaces are proposed at the frontage. Bins are serviced from the road, but they are accessible to residents and they're screened by planting. Private and communal gardens are arranged at the rear, as I explained before. So the communal garden being down this pathway here, and both ground floor units having direct access onto a private space. The proposal retains the step footprint and staggered building line that I referred to in paragraphs 3 and 4 of the report. As you can see, the buildings move back along the road as the road progresses upwards. Some street scene drawings. These look a little bit complicated because you're seeing the side of the house, because the houses aren't directly onto the road. So you're seeing the flank at the same time as the frontage. So they look a bit odd. It's actually an angled view. If you can imagine tilting your hand and you're seeing down the side. The interface distances are discussed and assessed in the report. Moving to layout, you have better plans than this in your plan pack. This is just to give a quick summary of the unit types proposed. Both 506 and 508 would have 1 3-bed flat on the ground floor, each with access to the private garden. As you move upwards through the buildings, each unit would also have a different mix. 506 would have 1 3-bed flat at first floor, a 2-bed duplex flat at first floor and second floor. 508 would have 1 2-bed and 1 1-bed at first floor and 1 2-bed at second floor, which is the roof level. Each elevation would feature windows, lighting habitable rooms. Unit layout generally repeats itself between the levels and stacking works. They're all accessed internally off an internal lobby in both buildings. Internal layout meets the internal space standards. Privacy, lighting, access and storage is all satisfactory. Conditions are recommended to secure obscure glazing on some windows. The matters are discussed in the relevant paragraphs of the amenity assessment within the main report. And for now, that concludes the presentation. I do have a slide on trees, but no trees are set for removal. I can come to that if members have questions. So just to summarise the recommendation, with reference to paragraphs 121 to 125, there is a policy conflict with policy CS19, as 2 small family dwelling houses are being lost. These family dwelling houses are below the threshold of 140 square metres of original floor space. Paragraph 124 explains this would be offset to a satisfactory degree by the retention of 2 3-bed units on site with private gardens. So there is no loss of family accommodation, but there is a loss of family dwelling houses. With the addition of a third 3-bed unit elsewhere in the development and a healthy mix of 2 and 1-bed homes, and because the NPPF recognises the benefit of diversifying housing stock, officers advise that only limited weight should be attached to the policy conflict with CS19. With reference to paragraphs 48, 50 and 126 to 128 and the addendum report, which corrects paragraphs 48 and 127, the proposal would comply with policies CS20 and CS21. The proposal would deliver new housing whilst retaining most of the existing building and also proposing appropriate and proportionate extensions, resulting in a generally attractive building and well laid out site. The extensions generally mimic those that would be done to houses if they were remaining as single family dwelling houses, with setbacks and roof hips and matching design and style. Policy CS21 also requires that new development respects neighbouring amenities. The scheme has been amended and conditioned to secure a design that does not result in loss of privacy, sunlight or outlook, or cause unacceptable shadowing to any habitable room in neighbouring dwellings. Where impacts exist, interface distances are considered acceptable and or conditions can be adequately mitigated for residual impacts. With reference to paragraphs 129 to 30, subject to conditions, highways and biodiversity are considered acceptable against adopted policies. At the end of the report, in paragraphs 131 to 33, the report sets out the tilted balance required by the NPPF because of the policy conflict with CS19. Paragraph 134 concludes the proposal would deliver benefits comprising replacement of new family-sized and other housing units and economic, social and environmental objectives of sustainable development. With regards to the NPPF, the harms where identified do not significantly and demonstrably outweigh these benefits. The recommendation is to approve subject to a legal agreement. That concludes the presentation, Chair.
Thank you very much. So now we move on to the representations, and we start with Craig Hendry, who is objecting to the proposal.
Afternoon, everyone. Thanks for letting me talk. So Frank touched on the previous application. The previous application in 2021 looked to demolish 506 and put 7 flats in. Now this development, 506, is bigger in height, probably the same area, sort of footprint as that previous application. And Frank refused it for the following reasons, which he's touched on a little bit. Deplete the available stock of existing 3-bedroom family dwellings for which there is an established and significant demand. He also stated it would comprise a building with excessive scale, dimensions and design, which would result in an alien, overly large, cramped and visually prominent structure in the street scene. He's not touched on that. That, I think, still applies because it's a bigger house, significantly in excess of the extent, staggered footprint and dimensions of the existing house, having an oppressive overshadowing impact on the outlook from and the quantum of sunlight and daylight received by neighbouring habitable rooms and gardens. That was a previous comment, refusal. Other comments he refused it on were the scale and bulk of the new building will harm general amenity enjoyed with the rear garden of number 504. Viewed from the rear gardens, the overall impact of the new bulky building and roof will dominate the immediate skyline and loom over the rear garden of 504. He also stated does not satisfy the minimum prescribed space standards, and he also stated a new development has no excuse not to comply with the standards, and 2 out of the 7 do not meet the technical housing standards. Maybe he'll say that it's because it's not a full demolition, but there's quite a bit of demolition in place. This would then highlight, because it did not meet the technical standards, the development is too intensive and overdeveloped. Another consideration is I had a look at the census data between 2011 and 2020, and it shows the direction of travel and types of dwellings in BCP. There's a reduction of detached houses, dropped 1,000 houses in this time. Semi-detached houses dropped nearly 2,000, and flats increased 15,000. So out of 17,000 homes built, 15,000 of these were flats, which means all new homes built in BCP between 2011 and 2020 were 88%. That is likely to be more. Obviously, there's a lot of hotels being turned into flats. I suspect that trend will continue. There was a housing needs and BCP study done in November 2021. Statement said the cost of detached, semi-detached and terrace homes has increased at a faster rate than flats, and Dorset the rate of growth for detached homes has been the highest. So reasons for refusal. So there's no real significant changes from previous refusal. Although there's been some changes to minimise privacy issues and the scale of development, the loss of small family dwelling houses not meet the technical standards. Privacy issues for the ground floor flats in the back garden of 504 should be enough reason to refuse. The height of this proposal also appears to be higher, which we commented on the previous reason for refusal as well. There appears to be some significant contradictions between Frank's previous refusal and this recommendation for approval. 5 of the new properties will not benefit from its own garden space and therefore not classed as family housing, although the 2 ground floor flats will have a private garden. The privacy issues mean on the first floor and second floor, they can see into the private garden of the ground floor flat. There was another case found that 1698 and 1700 Wimborne Road application to demolish a small family dwelling house was refused for the above reasons. There's a 2-bed bungalow being demolished in place of flats and a 2-bed duplex house, but this was appealed. This was refused. It was also appealed, and the application refusal was upheld. It's now been granted as a 3-bedroom house, so that's went through, but it's been a standalone 3-bedroom house in place as a 2-bed bungalow. It appears that the case officer attached greater weight to the tilted balance, adding the need for additional hope should override non-compliance to CS19 and CS20. These have been set aside due to the council shortfall in housing supply. There is still significant need for family homes, and we are allowing these to diminish due to our housing policy. There's an additional 5 units outweigh the loss of 2 family homes. There's a general down, so other reasons as well. We have a house building strategy, which is to turn a house into 5 or 6 flats or bedsits. Maybe 30 years ago, you wouldn't have any. Now they dominate quite a lot of our streets. This will mean less family homes to rent for purchase for families. Allowing a decline in family homes will increase prices for those that want to buy or rent a family home, and perhaps discourage families from moving into the BCP area due to affordability. So the residents in proposed flats on first and second floors will clearly be able to see into the private gardens of the ground floor flats. The ground floor of bedroom and first floor bedroom at 506, they'll have a small window which will look directly at my side elevation. There's about 1.5 meters away between 506 and 504. And all I have there is a rough casted wall. So when the tenants, residents open their bedroom window, all they will see is a rough cast wall. It's not exactly the best view when you open up your bedroom window and all you can see is rough cast. It's very damp and there's no sun in that part due to the houses being that close together. The other part is around the obscure glazing for bedrooms. That seems to be a sticking plaster mitigation for a privacy concern. Who wants to have a bedroom that's half obscure glass in their bedroom window? It's not exactly for the well-being of the local resident. There's a significant reduction in the gaps between the properties. If you look on Google Maps, you'll see that the narrowing is far more significant than what Frank suggests. The distance between the other houses, if you go further up Chelmsford Road, they will have a garage all the way up to 500, and there's significant gaps between there. So, summarise, BCP should refrain from demolishing these small family homes and should be concerned about the precedent it sets for further sustainable development in an area and domino effect this will have on our dwindling 3-4 bed family housing stock. Once these houses are gone, they'll be gone forever. This just opens it for developers to buy small 3-bedroom houses with the aim to try and get squeeze flats into an area. This is setting a precedent. Small family homes are protected more than large family dwelling houses, and this just gives the green light to continue with that. Appreciate more housing stock's required, but shouldn't be to the detriment to the area and the race to the bottom in housing standards and quality of life for neighbours and future residents.
Thank you very much. You did actually overrun your time, but I let you continue.
Yes.
So now we go on to Neil McKeon on behalf of the applicant.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, members. As detailed, in January 22, an application to demolish 506 and erect a block of 5 flats was refused. In response, a pre-app was submitted to address the concerns with a scheme of both 506 and 508. The proposal sought demolition of the housing and erection of 2 blocks of 4 flats with additional parking to the rear accessed off Sonnet Way. Policy CS19 and 20 were part of the response, as well as design changes to roof form, fenestration, the amenity of Sonnet Way properties, and a safe access. Following the pre-app response in February last year, an application was lodged for both 506 and 508 with 2- and 3-story extensions to create 7 flats with both private and communal rear garden spaces, which is before you today. So firstly, the principle. The benefits of repurposing 2 homes to provide 7 flats where the council doesn't have a 5-year housing supply is a material consideration and where the tilt to balance comes into effect. The increase in housing supply utilises the combined site's potential and sustainable location in line with Section 12 of the MPPF. The proposal sees a mix of unit sizes, including a pair of 3-bedroom family-sized dwellings at ground floor level with 65 square metre private rear gardens of appropriate and comparable size standard to small family dwellings in line with the aims of CS20. Secondly, in terms of the character, the reuse and extension of the existing buildings sees the siting and staggered position replicated. The gap between 506 and 504 is unchanged. The gap between the 2 extended buildings, whilst reduced, is still consistent. The revised plan sees a reduction in scale from the refusal and maintains the presence of single-family housing in the street scene with traditional fenestration and central entrances. The extensions are in keeping with detached housing on Chelmsford Road, with roof pitches matching the existing with dormers, gable ends and roof lights reflecting neighbouring housing, thereby respecting the character of the street scene. The third point would be on amenity.
So the south elevation of 506 sees a pair of narrow windows at ground and first floor which serve a bathroom and a bedroom. There are no side elevation windows to 504 and there will be no overlooking between these properties. The rear extension of 506 doesn't create any amenity impacts or overbearing to 504 as all those windows are targeted towards the rear of the property and the gardens. The side extension to 508 is set further back and stepped in from its front and side boundaries. The first floor side extension sees 2 windows serving kitchen and bedroom, and as noted, the lower section will be obscure glazed and is set roughly 9.5 meters away. The siding of 508 is in conjunction with stepped in extensions and window positioning safeguards the amenity and privacy of 510. The proposed side extensions to 5.8 again are roughly about 9.5 meters from the front elevation of number 1 Sonning Way to the north. No windows face towards number 1 and there'll be no impact on this neighbouring amenity or privacy. The revised application does not include any access and parking off Sonning Way. This revision was an integral part of the revised plans given the previous concerns of noise disturbance and parking impacts. So all units have good outlook and light levels, with the majority considerably exceeding minimum space standard guidance. Both private and communal rear garden spaces are proposed to serve all 7 units. Fourthly, access. The proposal sees the removal and 1 crossover to 508, creating a single shared access to number 506, which is an improvement of pedestrian and vehicle safety in proximity to the nearest road junction and is considered a betterment by the Highways Authority. The access serves 9 car spaces with cycle provision hidden behind garage door facades with an external bin store set behind the newly proposed boundary planting, allowing for convenient council collection. So in conclusion, it's been demonstrated that the 2 ground floor units serve an appropriate size with private gardens to meet the standard of a small family unit, thereby replacing the existing 2 units on site. There will be no loss of family accommodation given the proposed 3-bedroom units, and the additional 1 and 2-bedroom units enhance the mix of properties to cater for a broader range of occupants. The officer has worked proactively with us throughout the pre-application and subsequent revised application to reach this position and secure the recommendation and that of all fellow respective officers. The collaboration has seen amendments to deliver a proposal which respects the character and appearance of the area and the amenity of neighbouring properties, whilst improving the sustainability of the development through the reuse and extension of the existing buildings. So with this in mind, and with the full support of the officers, I ask members that you please take this into consideration this afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So now I'm calling on the ward councillor, Councillor Lisa Northover, who is also here in person. 3 out of the 3 in person. That's very good. I approve.
Thank you. I'm the ward councillor for Musgrave and Stone Park, where this development is proposed. My residents are really concerned about this and have asked me to come and raise these objections. The reason I called in is regarding CS19 and the loss of a small family home. And I think when we're talking, just hearing now the discussion about it, there's a real difference between a family house, a 3-bedroom family house, and a home or a dwelling. And I think there's a real, when people are talking locally, young families, they're looking, when they're talking about a 3-bedroom house, they really do mean a house, not a 3-bedroom flat. And I don't think that this really saying that there's 3-bedroom flats within the proposed development really mitigates the loss of this 3-bedroom house. If you go and look on, say, Rightmove or a website like that for 3-bedroom houses, this sort of area is one of those already very mixed kind of neighbourhoods, a real settled sort of type of neighbourhood, where a 3-bedroom house is probably one of the cheaper houses you're going to see. If you look and you look for houses under a certain amount, they're not quite actually affordable, but they're probably the most affordable areas, places like here or Boscombe or Charminster and like Parkstone maybe. And to lose those 3-bedroom houses, we're not ever going to really get them back. And as we've heard from other cases earlier, they're really, really hard to actually build as well. So we're looking here at losing a much wanted 3-bedroom family house. And I'm asking you to consider really if that's mitigated by the 3-bedroom flats. I don't think it is. The size of the property is another issue. It's dominating the street, overshadowing impact, privacy of neighbours, reducing sunlight and daylight for neighbours. I'm concerned about the technical standards, and particularly with what we heard before about obscure windows, the outlook when you're looking out of the window. What do you see when you're looking out of your bedroom window? I think these are real concerns, and I hope that you'll ask questions about this, because these sort of standards, if we don't meet the standards and we're not getting really good quality housing, actually what you end up with is people moving in here who are really from day one really looking to move somewhere nice, still looking to move to that 3-bedroom house probably that this has been converted into. So the other thing is the significant reduction in gaps between the properties, which is out of character. So just to sum up, really the houses, once demolished, we probably won't get them back, and we need to think of families in the future. These sort of houses are becoming more and more unaffordable, and the more we take out of the market, the more they become even more expensive. That's all. Thank you.
So excuse me, bearing in mind that the case officer is under some time pressure, I'm going to call him back in now to make any further comments he needs to, because he may not be available when we come to the real, to answer all our questions, because, as I say, he's under time pressure. So, Mr. Genley. Oh.
Thank you, Chair. I'm here. I'm just trying to get some extra slides up for you. Yeah, I have to go in 10 minutes. So I thought it would be useful to members just to throw up on screen. It's not presented in the slideshow, but I'll make sure you can see it. The previous scheme. So previously on 506, it was proposed to demolish and rebuild a wider property. It was right to the boundaries that had no way really of getting down to the amenity space other than walking past windows that were proposed on the boundary. There was no setback, and it was a much wider building with a big flat roof on top. Compare that to the 506 you see as proposed as to be extended here on the right. You can see there's a setback here. As I say, it's much more domestic in its nature. Looks like it's retaining the house and extending it with a garage feature here. Looking to the rear, I'm just going to come onto this side to get to the next page. That slide there, comparing it to what was proposed previously. Now this one I'm going to zoom in on. Here, there was no setback on the return. It was, arbitrary, 10 centimetres, 20 centimetres, something like that. And then comparing that to what you now have on the proposal, there's a decent step back here that picks up on the similar depth to the neighbour's extension at 504. Take on board the points made by members about a family house is not a flat, but in terms of sizes and what we accept in certain locations, this location is a main road, and it is identified as a key travel route, which enables the policy to trigger and to make better use of this site. Delivering back, we are still getting 2 family size units, 2 3-bed units. I think with 10 square meters less than the houses originally had. But obviously the houses have been extended, and these houses are now being extended too. So we're getting 3 beds and a mix of smaller units on the site. There is no amenity harm, and we've gone through the policy assessment in terms of overlooking. It's quite common. This house here looks at this garden here. That's what happens in suburban areas. The concerns about the outlook and the view from the bedroom window on the side of this property at the blank wall here, it's a bedroom. It's intended to be used for sleeping. It's not a living room. And so it doesn't have to have a vantage point looking at a horizon. Some preconceptions there about what rooms you expect from certain rooms. You typically, unless you work in shifts, use a room to sleep in at night. You don't look out the window. So there are some concerns there. I understand those. And I understand this concern about making the site have more dwellings on there. But the impact of the increased number of dwellings doesn't seem to have any policy conflicts other than the technical one with CS19. and there's a delivery back not of single family dwelling houses, but of family dwelling space. So there is a policy conflict there, but I don't feel, having assessed this, that there's enough harm that results on the other aspects as I've gone through the presentation in terms of outlook, daylight, sunlight, overshadowing, privacy, car parking impact, or anything like that, that warrants the additional concern that elevates that to a refusal. The concerns about the change in the character type of the area, it's residential, defined by buildings that look like houses that are houses, but these buildings would resemble houses, and the internal space. In the presentation, I said that all the units met the minimum standards. That's not correct. I've just double checked. There are 2 units that are slightly below. I think 3 square meters and 4 square meters below. They're not the family size units. They're the 2-person unit. And the table in the report clarifies that. So I just want to make sure members are aware that there is that slight deficiency. But again, as on the previous case, the compliance with the space standards is an aim. It's not has to happen. It's an assessment of looking at the stacking works. Flats cause problems when there are conflicting floor uses going on. So a bedroom above a kitchen, your neighbour downstairs having parties. This doesn't seem to have that. It has a nice mix, and there's ample parking for cycles, for cars. The obscure glazing of some of the windows on the ground level are to do with making sure that people walking on this passage through the middle here don't glance in and see something they shouldn't, and making those buildings comfortable, users comfortable within there. When you come to look on this site, then new build properties, you will see that, and you will make a decision whether you rent or buy. I just wanted to cover some of those points because something Councillor Northover mentioned those points. I hadn't kind of addressed them in the presentation, so I thought I'd do that now for you. If there's any other questions, I've got 5-6 minutes if they're about that topic, if I haven't covered it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Frank. I want some clarification. There's been reference by the speakers to narrowing the gaps between the properties, but looking at the plans, I can't see that there's any sideways extension between 504 and 506, or 506 and 508. The only extension sideways seems to be on 508 out towards Sunning Way. Have I got that right, or am I wrong?
You have got that right, Chair. I think what the objector was commenting on was that as you move up the road between 502 and 500, there is a gap for a garage. And again here, as we go 500 to 498, there's a gap. But the point I was making this run here, that you have 3 houses here that don't follow that pattern. So when you get here, there is an unusual element in that 508 is kind of isolated on both sides. It's set in by a large modicum. And again, enhanced by that gap between 510. And as you move down to 512, then buildings are closer again. Opposite the site, you have the parade of shops, which doesn't have any heavy breaks. And then obviously closer cheek by jowl on these properties opposite, some of which are bungalows. To the rear, again, doesn't read in the same street scene, but you've got bungalows that are quite close to each other. And then on Sonning Way, it's a slightly different animal because there's a tree here. It's a single lane. There's the houses you don't really see the houses till you get upon them and look through the gateway. So yeah, there is no significant gap between 502, 504. But then when you get to 506 and 508, there are wider gaps here, but they are replicated further up the street. There's no regularity to it.
But the point I was making, or seeking clarification, is the gaps proposed are no different from what the existing gaps for those properties.
The gaps are narrowing because 506 is having an extension built on the side there. Does that make sense here?
Oh, right.
Yeah. So 506 currently has this gap, but that would be infilled with an extension. So that photograph compared with that view, this area here is being infilled with the extension on the side. And as is this part here is an extension. Oh, sorry, I'm not in the presentation, so I can't do the highlight. But that area there and this area here are the extensions to what are the original houses. Okay.
Thank you. So Oh, sorry. How much more time have you got, Frank? Anything? He's gone. He's gone. Right. We'll have to rely on the officers in the room to answer any questions, unless it's transportation or something, which they might be online. I don't know.
Chair, can I just interrupt? If Frank has gone, we did have backup in the form of Peter Burridge, who I think is online. So Peter will be able to assist members, as will I.
Thank you. Yes, I can see Peter's picture there. Is he there? He is there. Good. Right.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. You may or may not be needed. I'm sorry, not very satisfactory arrangement. We'll see what questions arise. So, questions, members. Councillor Sidaway.
Yeah, I just want to understand a little bit more about the height of the neighbouring properties compared to these. Quite often with these, you get a street scene drawing where you can see the height of all the relative properties, and I don't think I can see that in here.
I suppose the question is, are these intended to be extended upwards? Because if they're not, it's whatever's there now.
Yeah, that was the claim, that they have gone up slightly.
Right. Have they gone up?
Yes, Chair. If I could refer members to the proposed elevation drawing on page 195. Yeah, absolutely correct. Thank you. You can see the red outline of the existing buildings. And so you can see that there is an increase of ridge height. Eaves heights are broadly the same. Obviously, there's infilling sections at first floor level. So, but the overall eaves lines are broadly consistent. But there is an increase in ridge height, which would be about a metre, 1.1, 1.2 metres.
Thank you. Any more questions? Councillor Sam.
Just to kind of come in on that, actually, because I don't know, you were asking about it in relation to neighbouring properties, and I think there is if you scroll down another page, there is a sort of an indicative, I don't know if it's really accurate, but an indicative kind of setting it next to 504. And one thing I will say, because I used to live about 50 metres away from these houses, so I know where we're talking about really well, is that the land slopes down. It's on a gentle hill at that point. So if they are coming up slightly, their neighbour to the slightly up the hill won't look taller. They'll look about the same, if that helps.
No, I realise it's on the hill. It's just a question of whether it was relevant, really. That's the thing.
Any more questions? Councillor Chan.
Thank you, Chair. It's just in relation to the nature of the area, just to know if there is any or if there have been existing conversions of these detached houses being converted into flats in that locality.
Yeah, I used to live in one. Sorry.
If we can have it from a previous tenant or resident.
So there are other similar sort of house size buildings that are actually in use as flats very close by. I used to live in one.
Thank you. Is that a declarable interest? Any other questions? Right, let's move to debate then.
Thank you, Chair. Again, it's reading the history of potential demolishing houses, width, heights, changes. I think this proposal addresses a lot of previous concerns, and yes, it's not answering all the objectors, but as the officer said, it is in a residential area. There is always going to be mutual overlooking. So I don't think there's any additional overlooking because it was a three-bed houses. It still is two structures with potentially more windows, but essentially the overlooking should not be any greater because we've heard the bedrooms won't be, so it's just living area should be that, and it's mutual overlooking. So I can't find any fault with this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Charlie.
Yeah, as an architect, I take on board and thank Councillor Northover for coming along and representing her ward again. A nice thing to see. However, I think as pointed out, they do step down the hill somewhat. So I think the height issue is sort of taken out when you do look at the cross section street scene. There is that, and what I do like about this is the fact that they've kept the character of the houses, so they look like detached houses. They just look like slightly more expensive detached houses. Anything that will let you know it's flats is probably by the door entry system would give it away. So I think it actually is very sympathetic to the character of the area. You know, and I think the officer made a good point about the CS19 and loss of individual family dwellings, and the fact we've still got 2-3 beds and some flats. Yeah, it's I feel the same, but I do think that's offset by the benefit of getting some additional housing units. Yeah.
Thank you. I must admit, when I opened this up to look at the proposal, I was in most respects very pleased to see it, because so often at committee, well, lots of things we've talked against. We've already talked today about the proportion of 1-bed flats and not getting often any 3, whereas in this case we've got 3 3-bed flats dwellings, 3 2-bed, and only the 1 bed. So that to me is useful. There's the retention of the street scene, which will be very little changed. It will still look like 2 substantial detached houses, and it's not leading to demolition of properties, because I've spoken also about embedded carbon and the release of embedded carbon. So that will be happening only on a very limited extent here with the demolition of some of the extensions, but the substantial properties will not be demolished, and therefore are more. It's more green, I suppose. There's the amenity space. So 2 of the 3-bed flats will have their own smallish gardens, so ideal for families. There's the communal area, which any children in the other flats could also use. One hopes they're quite friendly. They may well be able to share the private ones, but we can't insist on that. We can't assume. But kids being kids, if they're similar ages, who knows? So I think this has got a lot going for it. I appreciate we're losing 2 3-bed houses, but we're getting 3 3-bed dwellings, 2 of which are almost equivalent to a bungalow because they're ground floor with a bit of garden. But the essential properties and the street scene and the visual aspects are virtually unchanged. So I'm quite happy with this. Councillor Martin.
But losing 2 3-bedroom houses, which I was quite horrified at first, but actually, like you say, we're getting 3 3-bedroom flats and 2 2-bedroom flats, and just one bedroom. But in actual I was thinking as well, though, because a lot of families can't afford a house, so they may have 2 children of 2 different genders, but not be able to actually have a house. Well, in the future, there's that opportunity to at least purchase a flat instead. Because flats generally tend to be cheaper than houses. So
that's
right.
Right.
It's good
Yeah,
from that point of view as well.
Yeah. So, well, in that case, if nobody's moving, I'll make the motion that we accept this as it stands. Is anyone willing to second? Thank you, Councillor Sidaway. So, anyone else wanting to comment in any way? No, put it to the vote then. So those who wish to accept this proposal as it stands, vote for it now.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That's unanimous.
Thank you very much. So there's a slight pause, but as 2 members of the committee, 2 further members of the committee have to leave us for other engagement. Oh, so Councillor Flagg and Councillor Hilliard are leaving us. So just as the councillors who are leaving us are packing up and going, we can move on to the next item, which is 6E, the clubhouse at Christchurch Sailing Club. And the presenting officer is Alison Underwood. I can
Chair, Alison can't.
Oh,
make it today,
sorry.
so-
Yes, I've been reminded that she can't be with us today. So it's actually going to be presented by David Hodges, who is actually in the room. The presentation is on screen and visible, so
Great.
we're ready to go.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So yes, this is an application for the sailing clubhouse at Wick Lane in Christchurch to install solar voltaic panels on the various parts of the roof of the building. So in case anyone's unfamiliar with the location, the site of the clubhouse down on the river, as you might expect, adjoining the Priory Quay development south of the Priory itself, and approached via Mill Lane. And whilst it's a very relatively straightforward application, there's a great deal of constraints on the site. You'll see from the reports. There's a lot of sensitivity in here, particularly around issues such as heritage assets, greenbelt, and potential flood risk. Just to clarify on this map, so you see reference in the report to Place Mill Bridge. So Place Mill is a grade 2 star building here. Place Mill Bridge is a grade 2 listed bridge here, and then obviously you've got the grade 1 listed Priory, the highest level of protection for any property, for any building, and also this area around the Priory is also a scheduled ancient monument, and the entire area is also a conservation area. So just seeing that in context of an aerial view, the same club down here, adjacent to this residential development here, with the Priory to the north. This is the red line of the site. The solar panels are actually just on this clubhouse building to the south, not on the northerly building, and arranged, and you'll see on the next slide, various locations on the roof of the building. So this is the layout, the site plan. The panels will all be on this part of the building, and this just shows the car parking layout to the south. And just the elevation, so these little triangles that you can see sitting up, these are the panels sat on the flat roof parts of the building, just here and here. And then these parts of the panels are the buildings set into the pitched roof. And this shows you a little bit more in detail. Here's the panels that are actually on the pitch roof part of the building, and then these panels here, and on the right hand side are the ones on the flat roof. And so just taking some photos, and initially the proposal had panels also on the front elevation, which is this top left photo. Those were removed following discussions with the heritage officer. So the panels will sit partly on these bridge slopes and flat roofs on the south elevation facing the waterfront. Bottom left is the elevation that faces towards the residential development to the east at Priory Quay. And sorry, I've got my windows in the way. And then this is looking back in the bottom right where you've got the building. This is in the Priory Quay development with the sailing clubhouse in the middle ground. So just because we've had a number of objections from neighbouring properties, just to show you that in a little bit more detail, this is how you approach the site. So the main clubhouse building here, the Priory Quay development there. Bottom left is the view you've already seen. Bottom right is just a little bit more detail where you see closer the, you can see it's partially framed by existing planting, the existing building. But bottom right is probably the clearest view because you can see the balconies and the living areas of the Priory Quay properties that have a view down south towards the harbour, potentially view parts of the frames of the units, particularly on the flat roof elements of the building, which will be around here. And then just some final photos, the view across from the Quamps, looking towards the clubhouse and Priory Quay in the background, and then the two listed buildings referred to in the report. So this is the grade 2 star Place Mill and then Place Mill Bridge that you approach over here, and then the building in the background. But from these views, because of the sighting of the panels, our view is that you would barely see any of the panels from these particular views from the settings of these buildings, and you would actually need to be very much into Priory Quay and onto the buildings itself to be able to see the panels. Chair, you'll see that we set out in the report our views on the merits of the scheme and why we don't believe in this instance that the additional impact of these panels on this particular elevation facing Priory Quay here would cause significant harm to neighbours, such that we want refusal of the scheme. And also in making our recommendation, we're also conscious of the fact that the applicant would appear to have a fallback position, notwithstanding their location within the conservation area, to erect most of the panels as permitted developments. So on that basis, we recommend the application for approval, Chair.
Thank you. So we have two written statements in objection. The first one from Caroline Crockard.
Thank you. Caroline Crockard, 3 Priory Quay. I have had the privilege of living in Christchurch for the past 30 years at an award-winning development beside the Christchurch Sailing Club. I am a member of the club. I support the use of solar power, and we have a solar panel on our house which was installed 20 years ago. It is well positioned out of sight to avoid offending neighbours. Our objection to the Sailing Club proposal is that the profile and overzealous distribution of the panels would industrialise an important riverside building. I would like to suggest that the club think again about how best to capture solar power without destroying the appearance of the area. The second statement is from Anne and Desmond Newberry. We apologise for not being able to attend in person. We are objecting particularly to the use of highly visible A-frames to mount solar panels in a conservation area. If granted, these will be very visible from the adjacent public walkway on the north-east side of the clubhouse to and from the viewpoint and from the River Stour. They will also be highly visible when viewing the Priory from Hengetsbury Head. Kind regards.
Thank you. And we have, speaking on behalf of the Sailing Club, Ted Sampson.
It's been here since 10 o'clock.
Sorry? Thank you for your patience and sitting through what I imagine has been a mind-numbingly boring day.
Good afternoon. It's been a very illuminating day, and yes, and what a beautiful day it is for sailing. Yeah, my name's Ted Sansom. For the last 2 years, I was the Rear Commodore for Sustainability at Christchurch Sailing Club. I've now been succeeded by my friend David Riley, who's also here today. First of all, I was going to apologise to any Priory Quay residents here because there was some initial confusion in the original application, but the club has apologised to them formally, and I was going to apologise again. So, but as there's nobody here, I'll skip over that. Christchurch Sailing Club are celebrating its 150th anniversary this year. And we're looking forward to a sustainable next 150 years. We do take sustainability very seriously. We've heard a lot about sustainability today. That's something I've heard sitting here. Sustainability has been mentioned, well, many times while I've been listening. Christchurch Sailing Club are the only club I know that's appointed a sustainability representative to the main management committee, the main board of directors, and it is because we do treat the matter with real seriousness. I started looking at fitting the clubhouse with solar panels about 2 years ago. There's two main reasons. One is with the energy crisis, our electricity bills had literally tripled, and it was causing us difficulties, obviously. And that's relaxed a little bit now, and the electricity price has gone down, but it's still a significant increase on our operating costs. But very significantly, we want to reduce our carbon footprint. We want to, as I said, we do take sustainability seriously, and we want to be seen to be taking sustainability seriously. We've talked to a number of solar panel suppliers, and without exception, they've all said, don't bother with planning permission, just do it, sort out any problems later. Well, that's not the way we work, of course. And we do want to stay friends with our neighbours on Priory Key, so we thought we would do it the most visible route and not try and take any backdoor routes. So yes, I mean, climate change is here. The area around where the clubhouse is and the area around Priory Key are in the front line. Anyone who knows the area will know that there's been significant floods, multiple occasions this year. And okay, we're not expecting that the solar panels on our clubhouse is going to make an appreciable difference to that, but as to say, every little helps. Also, the fact that people know that there are solar panels there and they could see them if they're not carefully enough will remind people of the climate emergency that we are living in. Excuse me a second, I need to catch up with my notes now. Yeah, so we put in the original proposal and we noticed there were a significant number of objections from the residents of Priory Key. And obviously we wanted to stay friends with them. So we changed the proposal and reduced the number of panels, made them less visible. On our new proposal, we've removed all the panels from the front elevation. So they are no longer visible on the approach to the sailing club on the from the northwest, as one of the written objections claimed. And they would not normally be seen by any of the residents of Priory Key or actually most people visiting the area, unless there's about 6 houses on Priory Key which overlook the sailing club, but and they would be able to see them from their windows. The ones on the side, but the main ones that people were talking about have now been removed. Looking at some of the objections, I mean, there are objections that say solar panels shouldn't be used in a conservation area. Well, I'm afraid I don't agree with that. But I won't go. You're more familiar with me about the need to develop and keep it viable. And indeed, it could be argued that solar panels are a key part of conservation in its greater sense. And I don't think they should be seen as an eyesore either. They're just a normal part of, or even an essential part of modern architecture.
Mr. Sanderson, I hate to interrupt, but you have had your 5 minutes and a bit. So can you just do any final remarks you wish to? Okay, yes, I believe, well, basically, I urge you to take account of the needs for sustainability, to reduce fossil fuels. I believe the two read out objections were both based on objections made before we revised our plan to reduce the solar panels. And thank you for listening. And thank you. As I say, thank you for your patience in sitting through the whole meeting so far. So, members, open to questions, if any. If any? There are none. Okay, debate then. Councillor Adams.
I think it's absolutely great. I would have been happier with even more solar panels, but no, I have absolutely no issue with it. Let's get on with it. He's been waiting long enough, bless him. Absolutely fine, happy to propose. Absolutely. Thank you very much, Councillor Hitchcock. Councillor Darling. Come on, he is a Christchurch councillor.
Yeah, I've said a few times, I've thanked ward councillors for representing their ward, and if I didn't say anything, I think I'd be self-declaring as a hypocrite. So I know it very well. I'm a member of the congregation at the Priory. I walk around Stampit Marsh, which has views of the clubhouse, certainly from the very, very bottom of it. I have absolutely no objection whatsoever to this. I take on board the sustainability thing. So yes, I do approve the recommendation of this. Thank you.
Thank you. So we've got a motion proposed and seconded, and I see no one in the slightest way inclined to object. So let's go straight to the vote. Those in favour?
That's unanimous.
Unanimous. Thank you very much. So I'm handing it on for 98 Kitchener Crescent to Emma Woods, who will be presenting on screen. There she is.
Hi. Thank you, Chair. Can you see me okay?
We can see you. We can't see your presentation at the moment.
No, I'll do that now for you. And bear with me. Okay. Can you see that okay?
We can.
Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, so this is a householder planning application in front of you today at 98 Kitchener Crescent in Poole, and it seeks planning permission to replace an existing single-storey side utility and store with a new single-storey side and front extension to form a larger entrance hall, home office, utility, WC and large kitchen. And the application has been brought to committee as the applicant is a member of staff within planning services. Okay, so here's a map showing the broad location of the site within Kitchener Crescent. The surrounding roads are residential in character with semi-detached and terraced houses of a similar architectural style and materials. The separation distance between the properties varies, although dwellings occupy a generally consistent frontage position to the road. There is a slight difference in the aerial photo here and the ONS map due to the recent redevelopment at Hilborn Primary School there. And there's planning permission approved on the land opposite just here for housing and retirement apartments. So moving on to some site photos. This is the front of the application site. And as you can see, it's a red brick semi-detached dwelling of a similar design to the surrounding properties. And here you can see the neighbouring property, which is set slightly further forward on the front elevation with a garage here just adjoining the boundary. And there's a few more photos here just showing the relationship with the neighbouring property and the garage here that adjoins. And some photos of the rear elevation and the existing single-storey store and utility that's to be demolished. And again, the relationship here with the neighbouring property. And here's the block plan, which you can see is the proposals are to replace existing single-storey side utility and store with a new larger side and front extension. And I've just got here the existing and the proposed front of elevations, which would see a single-storey extension with a pitched flat roof form, matching the existing pitch roof, and a separation distance of 1.6 metres would still be retained from the neighbouring property. The separation distance of properties along Kitchener Crescent do vary, and examples of side garages and extensions are within the street scene. So view here of the rear elevations, and as can be seen here, the proposed extension would bring a greater bulk and mass towards the neighbouring property at number 96. However, 96 has a single-storey garage adjacent to the application site, and additionally a separation distance of 1.6 metres would still be retained. Therefore, it's considered that the proposed extension would not appear overbearing and would not give rise to a material loss of outlook, loss of sunlight, daylight or harmful shading. And the living conditions of the occupants of the neighbouring properties will be preserved. And here we can see the side elevation, which does see the front building line being brought forward by 1.3 metres. However, the application site has a large frontage, which would be retained, and additionally, the application site is set back from the neighbouring property to the south at number 96. Therefore, the established frontage position will be respected, and the scheme will be in keeping with the pattern of development along Kitchener Crescent. And here we've just got the floor plan, and again, you can see the separation distance that would still be retained with the neighbouring property there. So therefore, to summarise, the proposed bulk and massing will be proportionate to the plot size. The single-storey front and side extension will be inset away from the neighbouring property at number 96. And the proposed wraparound front and side extension is considered to be a well-designed scheme in keeping with the building's character and will have an acceptable impact on the street scene of Kitchener Crescent and the wider surrounding area. The proposed development would not materially would not be materially harmful on the impact of the privacy and amenities of the occupants of the neighbouring properties, and therefore will comply with policy and is recommended for approval.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We have nobody who's requested to speak in any capacity, so we're straight on to any questions if there are any. There are none. Debate. Councillor Tarling.
I'm happy to propose that we accept in line with the officer's recommendations.
Oh, Councillor Challen has seconded, but there was a forest of hands going up. So do we need any debate or shall we go straight to the vote? I think we can go straight to the vote. Huh? Right, straight to the vote. Those who wish to accept this application. Unanimous. Although unanimous is now reduced by yet a further number because Councillor Rice has left us. So it's still unanimous, but it's just a smaller number. So that brings us to the end of the meeting. Thank you, everybody. It's been a long meeting, but I think we've made some good decisions. So we can now possibly go and enjoy the sunshine.